Members, take your seats. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of February 23rd, 2023. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain, Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning, New Hampshire House. Let's pause and be in a spirit of prayer. O God of love, you call each of us by name, not by a number or by a party affiliation. You call us by name. You call us to represent those that have elected us to represent them to the best of our abilities. For this, we are ever so grateful for your leading and guiding hand. O God of peace, I pray that you would grant a faith and understanding in the work that will come before this body today. May you guide your people gathered here today with a spirit of gentleness and kindness when dealing with each other. O God of integrity, let us do nothing for personal gain or reputation, but everything to fulfill the mission that you have set before us for this great state of New Hampshire. O God of grace, I pray for Governor Sununu. I pray for Speaker Packard. I pray for every leader of this House. And I pray for every representative of this House, each member that you have called by name. I pray for their health, happiness, and safety. I pray that as they work together today, that their work is fruitful. O God of light, illuminate the path we are to follow, and let us be mindful that in all that we do, it is to your glory that we do our work. It is in your name, Creator God of the universe, that we pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Temple, Representative Diane Kelley, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Chair recognizes Kelley Wardell, daughter of Representative Diane Kelley, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Bartlett, Goley, Hatch, Lewicki, Mason, Massmilla, Montiel, Ellen Reed, and Telez. The day, important business, Bucco, Arnold Davis, William Dolan, Hacken Phillips, Heath, Lloyd, Maggiore, Malloy, McGee, Merchant, St. Clair.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr.
House will be in
Speaker,
order.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Clay Lasher Summers, guest of Representative Harvey, Alana Tulersky, daughter of Representative Tulersky, Jean Taylor, spouse of Representative Chris Schultz, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students from Shaker Road School in Concord, guests of Representative Hicks, and Floydine Kelley and Terry Davis, grandmother of the singer and guest of Representative Diane Kelley. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to a communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated March 8, 2023, Mr. Paul Smith, Clerk of the House, dear Paul, please be advised that the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council on this day: Stratford County District 8, Chuck Grassie of Rochester. Sincerely, David Scanlon.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will now attend to revenue estimates. H.R. 17, which is located in your seat pockets. Representative Sanborn moves order pass. Representative Sanborn and Almy are recognized to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank all the members of the House Ways and Means Committee for their amazing efforts and contributions in the revenue estimating process. Every single person on the committee did an excellent job. Working together, we heard from many agencies and outside experts over several months in order to get the best possible understanding of our unrestricted revenue sources and the economy at large. As many of you would probably agree, there is much uncertainty about what the short-term and medium-term future looks like. We relied heavily on state agencies to provide detailed information on their operations and revenue expectations for the remainder of this fiscal year as well as the next 2 years. We looked at all of these revenue sources from the very small to the very large. We have seen record growth rates above plan or official estimates in some of these areas in the 17 to 33% range this year. This has been quite surprising and, of course, cannot be expected to continue forever. Like many of you, we are concerned about a recession or a downturn in the economy overall, and New Hampshire is no exception. All of us are heavily impacted by inflation and rising interest rates, and this situation is expected to continue. So, how much of a downturn will we see in New Hampshire? When will it occur, and how long will it last? These are the questions we wrestled with every day in the committee. In the end, we built these revenue estimates from the bottom up, brick by brick, to provide the numbers before you today. And just so you know, these are in your seat pockets, color of money. Overall, we came in slightly below the governor's estimates. He was slightly more optimistic than us on business taxes, as we expect these revenues to actually go down in 2024, approximately 2.5%, and then grow again 1% in 2025. However, our committee was slightly more optimistic than the governor on meals and rooms taxes. We actually believe they will grow 1.5% in 2024 and then 2.5% in 2025. The toughest revenue estimate for us was the real estate transfer tax. We've started to see some warning signs here in New Hampshire in January and February. We believe the volume and prices of home sales will decrease about 5% in 2024 and then remain flat or stable in 2025. In summary, these numbers before you are thoughtful, reasonable, and cautious estimates. We hope that you will support the unanimous bipartisan efforts of this committee. And now I'll turn it over to Representative Almy for her expert wisdom.
Thank you. I'm very glad we've been able to reach agreement on our revenue estimates, because this year is the most challenging that I have seen since the Great Recession. We cannot know the effect of several structural changes made in the all-important business taxes in recent years until at least 2024. But there is reason to worry about the single sales factor and the credit carry-forward changes, the first of which was brought forward by the Senate, and the second of which was brought forward by us. Economists are reconsidering their predictions of a recession or a simple slowdown weekly, daily. It is just about impossible to do anything except a crystal ball. You need to understand that the governor's revenue estimates had to be set in cement in December. So we are operating with about 10 weeks more information than he had. And I believe that at least on some of these, his man who came to us has agreed that he was also lower. I think that we agreed with the February agency estimates 11 times, including the highway and fish and game funds, and with the median of the Department of Revenue Administration's estimate range 4 times. And you have just heard about, I believe, I heard that you talk about the real estate transfer tax, the interest and dividends tax, the meals and rooms tax, and the business taxes, where we were $45 million below the department's median for the 2 years, about 2%. This is our hardest tax to negotiate because of what all the economists are doing, and because each of us has different experiences of where we may be in the recession issue. We found ourselves in the end 1.2% only below the agency's numbers and $77 million short of them, though $100 million short of the December estimate that the governor did. Thank you. If there are any questions, we'll try to answer them.
The question is on the motion of order pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Representative Sanborn moves that the House lay H.R. 17 on the table. The question is on the motion to lay H.R. 17 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Municipal and County Government, House Bill 294, removed by Representatives Simon, Popovici-Mueller, Yokella, Pelogé, Hines, Gerhard, Tom Mannion, Wheeler, Granger, and Santanastaso.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in today's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. The House will attend to the regular calendar. Majority Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 31FN, an act repealing the prohibition on the possession or sale of blackjacks, slingshots, and metallic knuckles. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Terry Roy from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Muse from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizing Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. There are many things that we need in New Hampshire. We need lower energy prices, we need housing, and we need cheaper childcare. But something that we don't need is a bill that makes our streets, our gathering places, and our schools any less safe than they already are. And that's exactly what HB 31 would do. It would end our state's current prohibition on carrying or possessing with the intent to sell blackjacks, metallic knuckles, better known as brass knuckles, and an old-time dealer of mayhem known as a slingshot. So if you're like me, you might be thinking that the sponsors of the bill might have misspelled slingshot. That's actually not the case. A slingshot is actually a different animal. A slingshot doesn't shoot a projectile. What it is basically a heavy metal or stone weight that's attached to a short rope or strap that's used in the same potentially deadly way as a blackjack. So think of it as something you twirl around and you can hit somebody with. Currently, carrying or possessing these weapons with the intent to sell them is a misdemeanor in New Hampshire, and that's for very good reason. A quick online search reveals case after case in state after state where these weapons have been used to horrible effect in assaults. In addition to inflicting concussions and potential brain damage, these weapons can fracture skulls and break bones. Lacerations from brass knuckle attacks can leave wounds that require dozens of stitches and plastic surgery to fix. That's if they can be fixed at all. Something that I kept looking for as I searched for information that would be helpful would be even one story or article that might actually show a case or example of how these weapons are actually used in self-defense to stop an attacker. But while you can occasionally find a good guy with a gun story, there don't seem to be any good guy with brass knuckle stories. Please join me in pushing the red button to defeat the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about slungshots, although I thank the representative because I had no idea what that was either, or brass knuckles or any of these things. Frankly, do you know what else causes horrible injury? A wrench, a baseball bat, a piece of pipe. None of those things are illegal. These are specifically targeted because they're archaic. When this was written, they were popular. If I challenge anyone in the room now, Mr. Speaker, to go on Amazon.com, you can order a set of brass knuckles. They call them a paperweight. It's not like these things haven't been around. They've been around. There's no rash of assaults with these, or would there be one? Because as I said, people can already have baseball bats, screwdrivers, you name it. Frankly, this is about the Second Amendment insofar as the courts ruled that anything that can be handheld is a personal weapon. For example, tasers. We all see tasers. They sell them at Walmart. It's an electric weapon. The Supreme Court said you can have those. So why are we targeting these antiques to say that you can't have them? They're available for self-defense. Someone smaller than someone else may find that helpful to use to protect themselves. There's a lot of scenarios where someone could use something like this small, handy in their pocket. Probably not a slingshot, though. That sounds kind of complicated. But as I said, this is a Second Amendment issue. It's not really about the name of the weapons in here. It's the fact that whether or not our citizens have the right to defend themselves with any available weapon that they can have in their hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll call, and that is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that, unlike a wrench, the wider circulation of weapons with a long and storied history of being used in violent criminal assaults won't make our cities, our streets, our schools, or our gathering places any safer. And if I know the vast majority of people who put us here would be appalled if this bill passes, then would I pass the red button so another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Mannion for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that prohibiting the possession or sale of antiquated arms, such as blackjack, slingshots, or metallic knuckles, violates the Second Amendment and is unconstitutional, and if I know that they are still useful for self-defense and should not be banned, while more lethal weapons are not banned, and if I know that under New Hampshire law, any item that could cause serious bodily injury or death can be considered a deadly weapon, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that very few people even know what a slingshot is, would I now press the green button?
Members, make sure you've turned your buttons on so you can vote. The motion before us is a majority committee report of order pass on House Bill 31. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
However, you turned your station off. Representative Jeff Smith. Representative Chrétien, I'm sorry I missed you. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 196 voting yea, 176 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 32FN, an act relative to possession or discharge of a firearm in a safe school zone. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jennifer Rhodes for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Lawrence Seelig for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Shurtleff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it was a month ago today that the Criminal Justice Committee met in this chamber and took up HB 32 and several other bills. And as the prime sponsor of this bill, I was the first one to speak that day. And that was somewhat bittersweet because my speaking part was finished. But sitting down and hearing other people get up and speak against the bill and expressing their opinions was somewhat disappointing to me. The late U.S. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan once said, "Everybody is entitled to their opinions, but everybody is not entitled to their facts." So when I was thinking about speaking to all of you today, I thought what I would do was go back to that hearing a month ago and try to address some of the things I heard in the testimony from those who were opposed to this legislation. One woman from Manchester told the committee that she lived in Manchester and she had two daughters that she brought to school. And she was concerned with the bill because under this bill she would not be able to carry her gun with her, have her gun with her when dropping them off. And I had a very nice email from a member of the House who addressed that same issue. He brought his children to school every morning. He carried a gun. And as I said to him in my email in response, under this bill, it clearly says that if you're not going onto the school grounds, you're not doing anything wrong. If you come onto the school grounds and you want to go into the school, then you've got to make sure your firearm is secured in the vehicle. But for people dropping children off, that is not a problem. The same with one man that said, now I can't drive by my school if I'm armed because I'm within 1,000 feet of the school. As the legislation says, this bill pertains to those on the school grounds not carrying a firearm with them. The bill says that if you come onto the school grounds and you're armed, then you've got to secure your gun in your vehicle, like you normally would anyway before going into the school. Now, I've been a licensed hunter in New Hampshire now for over 50 years. Actually, 10 years over 50 years. God, I'm getting old. But, so I'm not anti-gun. And I own guns, long guns and handguns. And there's a provision in this bill. I know a lot of people, myself when I was in school, used to go deer hunting after school. There's a provision if a student wants to go hunting, you just keep your shotgun, if you're going, or a rifle, just locked up in the rack of the vehicle. Keep it secure in the vehicle. If you're crossing school property to get to a cornfield to go bird hunting, you just unload the shotgun and cross the property, you're fine. One person said, and I think it was at the hearing, Well, if your home is next to the school, now you're within 1,000 feet of school, you can't own a gun. No, Part 2 of the bill, if you read it, says this bill does not pertain to private property. Of course, you can reach out your kitchen window and touch the school. You can still own a gun if it's just when you're on school property. I'm trying to think of some of the other things. One person I understand said, if I'm walking to my children to school and I'm assaulted, I can't use my weapon to defend my children and myself. Again, if you're on a public way, the bill says as long as you're not on school property and you have a legal right to have a firearm, you have a legal right to defend yourself. We got a lot of bills today, and I'm going to stop here. But, you know, I didn't submit this bill because I'm anti-gun or anti-hunt, because I am one. I submitted this bill really for two reasons. Sarah and Alex, those are my grandchildren. And I'm thinking about your grandchildren, your kids. There are certain places in New Hampshire we just don't allow firearms. Airports, jails, prisons, courtrooms, and other places. We don't need them on school grounds, and I'd ask you to please to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just heard a lot of facts. I would like to address some of those facts. The fact is, it is murder if you take a weapon into a school and your intention is to kill somebody and you do it. This bill will not make it any more illegal than it already is. Former Mr. Speaker mentioned that if you want to go hunting, you can still do that. However, if you read the bill, it clearly states that if you need to access a hunting trail that you have to access by means of a school ground, you have to have permission from somebody at the school in order to do that. He mentioned that this does not affect you if you have private property that's within 1,000 feet of a school zone. Okay, well, it may not affect you if you live within 1,000 feet, but what about if you are walking your child to school? What happens when you get within 1,000 feet? Are you supposed to put your firearm in somebody's mailbox? You're supposed to just lay it down? I mean, exactly what are you supposed to do? He mentioned if you're picking your child up from school. Okay, well, if you read the bill, you have to have your gun unloaded or it has to be locked. I can stand here and give you examples of family members that I have had, unfortunately, maybe many of you have had, that did not have the opportunity to call and ask for help. They didn't have the opportunity to call for a police officer. I have a family member that is dead today because he didn't have the ability to call and ask for help. The fact of the matter is, if you're carrying your gun on a school ground, you've had to go to your local police department, you had to go get a concealed carry permit, which means you had to fill out a form, you had to go through a background check in order to be able to legally have that. No time under any circumstances should a person lose their ability to protect themselves or their loved ones, regardless of the grounds they're on, regardless of the county that they're in, period. Please support the committee recommendation of ITL.
Representative Sana Natasto has requested a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats.
Yeah, you're going to do a PI. Yeah, you're on. We have to do the roll call announcement first. No, I have you for a PI. I was listening to the second speech.
Chair recognizes Representative Seelig for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when my daughter was in kindergarten with Mrs. Raspa, that in addition to learning her alphabet and how to count, she also learned how to hide in a closet in case bears attacked, and if I know that when my older daughter, as a senior in high school, who weighs less than 100 pounds and stands under 5 feet tall, has to walk into every classroom, first looking for exits, then looking for hiding places, then looking for projectiles, and then looking for who in the classroom she believes is more important than she is so she knows whose body to throw her own in front of. And if I know that in the first 3 months of this year, more than 1,000 children and teenagers have been killed or wounded by gunfire, and if I believe that if we were to oppose the ITL and allow for another motion, that other motion would support the public good, would I now press the red button to oppose the ITL so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that most recently when there was an incident out of school, the people who were supposed to help stood outside and waited while people were slaughtered. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that having a weapon with you would not make you have to wait on someone else to save you. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Second Amendment protects the right to protect ourselves and others everywhere. And Mr. Speaker, finally, if I know that if a school happened to have 10 acres, 1,000 feet from that could put you almost in another state, would I push the green button? Thank you.
Question before us, a majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 32. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 199 voting yea, 174 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 59 FN. An act requiring a background check prior to any commercial firearm sale. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jonathan Stone for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ray Newman for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 59 is a fairly simple bill. It's about background checks. It's about closing a loophole in the background check system for some types of guns, for some types of guns that are procured online through certain gun show loophole where the people don't get a proper background check. Background checks are constitutional. They're common sense and they save lives. Background checks are the foundation of any comprehensive gun violence prevention strategy. The primary objective of a background check is to keep firearms out of the hands of felons and other persons. Background checks do not restrict or regulate firearms. They regulate buyers. they keep guns out of the hands of prohibited persons. They only regulate and prevent firearm sales to people who are prohibited persons, and actually they do not have the right to own a gun under the Second Amendment. Current law requires background checks only for sales completed by a licensed firearm dealer. This situation effectively exempts commercial transactions between private parties. The bill seeks to close this loophole in state and federal law by requiring commercial transactions taking place between private parties who are not licensed firearm dealers and who do not know each other to include a background check obtained through a licensed firearm dealer. One of the objections you will hear about this bill is that, as written, every time an unlicensed seller transfers or sells or transfers a firearm, they have to get a background check. Due to an unfortunate clerical error, a critical paragraph was omitted from the bill as submitted. That paragraph indicated that background checks are not required if it can be ascertained that neither party to the transaction is a prohibited person. However, the omitted language is actually in the analysis of the bill. It actually says that in the bill, but the analysis is not part of the bill. So I'm asking you to please vote no to defeat the ITL. Read the amendment 0387 printed in the calendar on page 33 so the clerical error can be corrected and an ought to pass with amendment motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill changed the definition of a commercial sale. Currently, this bill is unnecessary, conflicting, and duplicative. Currently, all federal firearms license dealers are required to conduct a background check on all firearms sales and transfers in the state of New Hampshire. The Department of Safety additionally conducts all handgun in what's classified as another sale. The all long guns firearms purchases that are conducted via the Federal Bureau of Investigation NICS Center, each entity provides a tracking number regardless of the status of the outcome. Under current federal law, under the age of 21, anyone is automatically delayed and additionally delayed for 10 days. This was part of bipartisan support that was just implemented, I believe it was around in November. One of the concerning parts of this bill is establishing the following definition of commercial sales, meaning transfer or ownership of a firearm, included but not limited to the sale, exchange, or gift. Another concerning part of this bill is 159F3, successful completion of a background check. No firearm shall be delivered to an individual pursuant to a commercial sale until NICS has issued a proceed response. It is not uncommon in the firearms business to not receive a proceed status for weeks, months, on a very rare occasion, or not at all. It should be additionally noted that firearms is transferred and the buyer is found to be a prohibited person. The BATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and the New Hampshire State Police are notified by the dealer. Currently, New Hampshire law prohibits the sale or transfer of a firearm to a person who is not personally known to the seller. This makes sales to strangers via online advertisement or at a gun show or via other venues illegal. A citizen of New Hampshire should not be denied a natural and constitutional right to protect themselves because of government inefficiency. This bill was not asked for by any New Hampshire law enforcement agency, nor did any testify in favor of it. The so-called loophole, all federal firearm dealers who are at gun shows have the same obligation to conduct a background check on every buyer. That is a fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Senator Natasto has requested a roll call and is this sufficiently seconded? This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient Legislation on House Bill 59. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bradley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know background checks are constitutional, common sense, and they save lives, and are the foundation of any comprehensive gun violence prevention strategy, and if I know the bill seeks to close the loophole in state and federal law that allows unlicensed people who do not know each other to complete a firearm sale without a background check, and finally, if I know that the bill as introduced omits critical information that describes when background checks are not required, would I now press the red button so that the ITL can be defeated, the clerical omission can be corrected, and the bill can be debated in its entirety? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it is current New Hampshire law that it is illegal to sell a firearm to someone you don't know, and it is current federal law that it is a felony to sell a firearm to someone who is a prohibited person. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the only way to enforce this law would be to create a gun registry so that they could track every single gun that is traded, would I now vote green in Sports Committee position and ITL this bill?
Motion before us is the Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 59. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 175 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 78. An act repealing an act prohibiting the state from enforcing any federal statute, regulation, or presidential executive order that restricts or regulates the right of the people to keep or bear arms. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jonathan Stone from the majority of the committee. The minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Linda Harriet Garthright from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Garthright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would reveal that this bill would repeal a law prohibiting New Hampshire counties, towns, and schools from enforcing or even cooperating with any federal law, rule, regulation, or executive order regarding firearms and knives unless it is also in state law. As mass shootings, gun violence, and gun suicides continue to increase, the need for action and cooperation at the state and federal levels have never been more critical or more apparent. The current law drives an unnecessary wedge between state and law enforcement. Worse, it does nothing to make our streets safer. As a matter of fact, it makes it easier for criminals to purchase untraceable ghost guns with no serial number, or to combat our national and regional plague of illegal firearms. Granted status are tax-paying United States citizens. As such, they deserve, I lost my place here. As such, they deserve to benefit from the full protection of current and future federal laws that will reduce the risk of gun violence, keep firearms out of the hands of criminals, and save lives. Passing this bill and repealing the current law would also address unintended consequences such as chilling longstanding cooperations between federal, state, and local law enforcement, opening the door to potential lawsuits, and losing federal grant money to support state and local law enforcement activities. Reducing the risk of gun violence and suicide is a public safety. Refusing to handcuffing law enforcement from enforcing laws that make us safer is a New Hampshire issue and our responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we passed this law last session because we had concerns that there might be some odd things coming out of Washington. We were right.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, the ATF told us years ago that so-called AR-15 style pistols were legal, and we bought millions of them, and then they decided one day not so much, now they're illegal. This law was passed by us so that our law enforcement would not be used as a tool of the federal government to enforce whatever thing they came up with at the time. None of that's changed. The weird stuff's still coming. Please vote ITL. Thank you.
Representative Santo has requested a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. Motion before us is Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 78. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Harriet Gothright for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that granted staters are tax-paying United States citizens, as such, they deserve to benefit from the full protection of current and future federal laws that will reduce the risk of gun violence, keep firearms out of the hands of criminals, and save lives. And furthermore, if I know that there is a movement within New Hampshire to take New Hampshire out of the Union, and this bill would help eliminate that issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I agree with the previous speaker to the extent that we are all citizens of the United States, and as such, we have the protections of the United States Constitution, would I then vote to support the committee position? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 78. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 200 voting yea, 173 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 106 FN, an act relative to extreme risk protection orders. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Nancy Murphy for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, honorable colleagues. Today I rise in opposition to the ITL motion on HB 106, a public safety bill drafted to provide a tool to prevent gun violence tragedies, including mass shootings and suicides. HB 106 is identical to HB 687, which came before this body during the 2019-2020 term. Through intense House Criminal Justice Subcommittee work and a great deal of collaboration and compromise, HB 687 was drafted with consultation input from many stakeholders. HB 687 garnered bipartisan support and passed both chambers before being vetoed. HB 106 is before you today to address the most extreme instances of crisis, those situations where an individual is demonstrating that they are a danger to themselves or others around them and temporarily blocking his or her access to the most lethal means available to inflict harm, a firearm, can save lives and enhance public safety. Gun violence tragedies that HB 106 aim to prevent are often preceded by red flags, warning signs such as threats and other dangerous behavior. Despite their desire and willingness to help, law enforcement and the loved ones of those in crisis are thwarted in their ability to provide prompt, meaningful, appropriate, and proactive intervention without the power to do so. Without such proactive action, those in crisis, as well as any potential victims they might have, remain at heightened and unnecessary risk of harm. Why does New Hampshire need a red flag bill like HB 106? Under current New Hampshire statute, a person who displays warning signs that they're considering suicide or engaging in a violent act, but who is not a prohibited person under the Federal Gun Control Act law, would still be able to legally buy and possess firearms. 89% of all New Hampshire gun deaths are suicides. In 2020, New Hampshire's gun suicide rate was around 17% higher than the national average. Suicides attempted with a firearm are lethal about 85% of the time. HB 106 is a life-saving tool that will allow people in crisis the chance to get the help they need and prevent those foreseeable warning signs from escalating into tragedy for New Hampshire citizens. I'd like to take a few minutes to clarify what a New Hampshire Extreme Risk Protective Order is and what it isn't, and finally address constitutionality and due process. ERPO orders provide an avenue for law enforcement and a very limited group of people to ask the courts for assistance in protecting a loved one, or in law enforcement's case, a community member who is demonstrating through their behaviors that they are a danger to themselves or others if given access to a firearm. Red flag bills like HB 106 authorize courts to issue temporary ERPOs relative to firearms under very explicit and limited circumstances. What HB 106 does. To protect public safety, HB 106 creates a rigorous legal process, civil, not criminal, for a narrowly defined group of persons. Only family and household members, an intimate partner, or law enforcement officers to petition the court for a temporary civil order, an ERPO. Petitioners may ask the court for an extreme risk protective order, and the courts are under absolutely no obligation to grant the order, only to hear the petition. During a hearing, the petitioner must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that an individual in crisis poses an immediate or significant risk of harm to themselves or others if given access to that firearm. And recognizing that firearms are the most lethal means to cause such harm, an ERPO is necessary to prevent that from occurring. For an ex parte order to be issued, extreme circumstances must exist which pose a real risk that irreparable harm will result if the judge does not take immediate action before hearing from all sides to the issue. The facts presented in such a pleading requesting emergency or ex parte relief must convince the judge that unless this extraordinary order is issued, harm will result that cannot be remediated. This process mirrors the current domestic violence protection order, RSA 173B. It is also consistent with child protection ex parte orders here in New Hampshire. Should a judge decide to grant that temporary order, a hearing for all parties to be heard must be held no sooner than 3 days and no later than 7 days. A respondent also has the right to request an expedited hearing. It is not a criminal proceeding. There are no arrests, no fingerprints, and no criminal records. No one is prosecuted in the criminal courts because it's not a criminal matter. There's no assignment of guilty or innocent related to this civil order. ERPOs will prevent people who pose an extreme risk to themselves or others around them from using their own firearm to do harm and from then acquiring a new firearm or ammunition during the length of the order, which can be as short as 3 days. Any extension of an ERPO cannot exceed 12 months and will only be granted to the petitioner if it is established by clear and convincing evidence that the respondent continues to pose a significant risk of causing bodily injury to him or herself or others if given access to firearms. What HB 106 doesn't do. HB 106 was written to include protections for the respondent and will not be available, as some who oppose the bill have asserted, to angry neighbors, frustrated co-workers, acquaintances, friends, or anyone who just has a grudge against someone and wants revenge. Those asking for an ERPO order must swear under oath in court that their statements are true under penalty of perjury. HB 106 protects respondents from false allegations and creates actually a new standalone criminal penalty for anyone who knowingly files a false ERPO petition or files a petition with the intent to harass the respondent. The new penalty, which is a Class A misdemeanor, can be imposed in addition to other applicable charges. Because the bill requires petitioners to file a sworn affidavit in support of their ERPO or in subsequent sworn testimony in support of the petition, they could also be subject to perjury charges. In short, filing a false petition could be punishable as both a B felony and an A misdemeanor. The punishment for false filing is as severe as the punishment for having a gun in violation of an ERPO. Firearm ownership doesn't change when an ERPO is issued, nor does it prevent an individual from possessing a firearm again. When it is terminated, the court order directs the return of the respondent's firearms upon his or request, unless the respondent is somehow at that point prohibited from possessing firearms for some other reason. The NICS database entry includes the expiration date, and a record of the expired ERPO will not result in a denied response on a NICS background check. Last and most definitely not least, what about constitutionality and due process? Red flag bills have been enacted in 19 states and DC, are recognized by and meet the standards set by the United States Supreme Court, and have been found to be constitutionally sound and to withstand due process challenges in Indiana and Connecticut courts. Research shows that ERPOs are working and save lives. Let's talk about why HB 106 is consistent with the Second Amendment and satisfies due process. Though we're often reminded that Part 1, Article 2A of the New Hampshire Constitution provides that all persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. Let us not forget that in the landmark case, District of Columbia versus Heller, the Supreme Court determined that the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited and is subject to presumptively lawful regulatory measures. In that case, Justice Scalia has made clear that, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment right is not unlimited. He noted, "It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose." HB 106 is also consistent with Article 2A of the New Hampshire Constitution. State versus Smith says, "The state constitutional right to bear arms is not absolute and may be subject to restriction and regulation." In the New Hampshire Supreme Court, rejected of an Article 2 challenge to the New Hampshire in State v. Smith, the Smith Court found that the state right to keep and bear arms is not absolute and concluded that a restriction of that right is valid as long as it narrowly serves a significant government interest. The court held that the interests served by the statute were the protection of human life and property, and the statute narrowly serves those interests by prohibiting a category of persons likely to be dangerous from possessing dangerous weapons. HB 106 satisfies the requirements of the Due Process Clause in the United States Constitution. The ex parte hearings included within this bill are based upon existing New Hampshire domestic violence laws that courts have repeatedly upheld against due process challenges. A pre-hearing deprivation followed by a full hearing within a reasonable time frame is incorporated within HB 106 and satisfies the due process of law required by the Constitution. In a variety of other cases, the United States Supreme Court has made clear that pre-hearing deprivations are constitutional, especially in emergency situations. The court has recognized that in multiple contexts, that where a state must act quickly or where it would be impractical to provide pre-deprivation process, post-deprivation process satisfies the requirement of the Due Process Clause. The prompt evidentiary hearing and high burden of proof evidence standard, as well as the provision of penalty for false allegation, has proved satisfactory for constitutional objections addressing due process in other states with similar ERPO laws. Despite a reluctance by some to acknowledge that we have a gun violence problem here in New Hampshire, we do. Ask the family or friends of any gun, suicide, or homicide victim. Ask law enforcement and our mental health providers. Ask the family and friends of those who evidenced warning signs of impending gun violence toward themselves or others, yet, absent a bill like HB 160 and the protections that it would provide. Excuse me. Despite the best efforts of those who cared about that individual, life-altering or ending action occurred when that person got access to a firearm. Watch the news, look at the dedications in high school and college yearbooks to deceased students who didn't live to graduation. Read the obituary pages of our local newspaper. We are tying the collective protective hands of our society when we fail to take the most minimal action to provide families and law enforcement a tool to protect those in crisis and those that might harm. I believe we can all agree that firearms in the hands of dangerous people are a threat to public safety. This is common sense. It's time now to address that threat and put a common sense solution into statute. Please show the people of New Hampshire we are serious about saving lives and protecting public safety, and press the red button to vote against the ITL so another motion can be made. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we just heard from my honorable colleague friend is absolutely true. It is dangerous to let people who are dangerous to themselves or others walk around unchecked and armed. However, thankfully, I discovered RSA 135C 27 through 33. We already have an involuntary commitment process in New Hampshire. If someone is deemed to be dangerous, they can be committed for 10 days for psychological evaluation, and they will not have firearms where they are contained. So, problem solved already. We can already do it. If someone is dangerous, they talk about killing people or suicide, their family members can go right to the court, put a petition in, and they will be admitted if the court agrees they are a danger. This law proposed is very complicated, as you just heard, and it puts the defendant in the position of having to pay for an attorney to prove that he's not going to do something. That's not how it works in America. We don't have the pre-crime unit. If you have not done something, you do not get charged because you might. And you do not lose your rights and property because you might do something. We have a mental health law to take care of that, and we have the Constitution to take care of this. I ask you to support the committee. Thank you.
Representative Senator Natasto requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. House will come to order. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in House Bill 106. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bradley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know under current New Hampshire statute, a person who displays warning signs that they're considering suicide or engaging in a violent act, but who is not a prohibited person under federal law, would still be able to legally buy and possess firearms. And if I know 89% of all New Hampshire gun deaths are suicides, and if I know HB 106 also satisfies the requirements of the due process clauses in the United States Constitution, and if I know this policy has been enacted in many communities with bipartisan support, would I now press the red button so the ITL can be defeated and another motion can be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that all of the concerns that were just voiced are already covered in current statute and our mental health statutes, and Mr. Speaker, if I further know that we don't punish or take away property based on what someone might do in the future, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I don't care what other states do, because this is New Hampshire, would I
House will be in order.
Vote in favor of the committee to ITL this bill?
The motion before us is Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 106. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harvey.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 198 voting yea, 172 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Wood for a motion.
I move House Bill 498 for reconsideration.
Representative Wood moves reconsideration on House Bill 498. And the member is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After voting on House Bill 498 at the last session, I realized I made a mistake when I was pressing the button. I later found out that other members also felt that they voted incorrectly, so I moved that we revisit House Bill 498 for reconsideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Harrington. Chair recognizes Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I would like to see this vote, the reconsideration vote passed, because I think I've talked to people. There's a lot of confusion on exactly what goes on here. I think there's an awful lot of people that weren't aware that Fish and Game Department is allowed to perform warrantless searches.
We're not talking about the bill itself, just motion for reconsideration.
And I think enough people were confused on the issue that if we have a chance to explain it again, I think the vote may change. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been before us in one form or another since at least 2012. It's been considered by at least 6 different committees in this body, several in the other body. It's been heard, it's been read, it's been interpreted, it's been twisted, and every committee, every body has said no. If I don't want to do this again, would I vote to not reconsider this bill so that we can keep going? Thank you.
A division has been requested. Representative Houle requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the reconsideration of House Bill 498. This is going to be a roll call vote. The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Houle for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Speaker. If I know that protecting animals is important, but protecting human lives is far more important, if I know that our founders did not agree with what was going on at the time and did not pass and accept in the formation of America until the Bill of Rights.
This is about the reconsider motion, not the bill itself.
If I know that members voted incorrectly at our last session and would like to change their vote on the record, if I know that this is our one and only opportunity to take up that discussion, would I press the green button on the reconsideration motion?
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that we've considered this bill, as I said before, over many years, and if I know nothing has changed since the last time we considered this bill, and if I know not one New Hampshire citizen asked for this bill, would I vote no to the reconsideration so that we could move on? Thank you.
The motion before us is the reconsideration of House Bill 498. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend the state of the vote. 117 voting yea, 256 voting nay. The motion for reconsideration fails. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 216 FN, an act exempting dimethylene DMT, that's as far as I'm going. From the Controlled Drug Act, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Moose from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Jonah Weyler for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Gerhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. Dimethyltryptamine, along with many other psychedelics, has been maligned since the 1960s, when all psychedelics were attached to Vietnam War resistance and the like. But their effects on depression, addiction, PTSD, a whole host of mental issues is well documented. It's just not voluminous because the federal government and other entities, including Big Pharma, have endeavored to bury it. We have something like 13% of Americans on antidepressants. That's according to the CDC. So right now in this room, we have 50 people on Skittles, and we need to figure out why that's occurring and to move these people off of these dangerous drugs onto something that, so DMT, when we trip on DMT, let's say, 6 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is, nobody's getting in a car and going to drive to 7-Eleven while they're tripping on DMT. So it's not dangerous for the reasons cited in the committee report. No, there's no public safety factor. In Canterbury right now, as we heard during the testimony related to the bill, there are people undergoing therapy with this all the time. There's no reports of any crazies running around naked in Canterbury doing crazy things. So we have, well, maybe there are, I haven't seen them. So I'm right next door in Northfield. So in the U.S. News and World Report, the headline is in April 20th article of 2022. In long run, antidepressants don't improve quality of life, which I think we all know, but we don't really want to admit because Big Pharma tells us every time you turn on the TV, brought to you by Pfizer. So in a BBC article, they wrote, while conventional drugs may numb negative feelings, quote, these drugs seem to allow you to approach difficult experiences in your life, sit with that distress, and process them. It might be getting at something more fundamental. That was the root cause of the problem, Professor Morgan said. Through that, we think you can get much more lasting change. And now I'm going to segue to veterans. So we all know that veterans are committing suicide at a much higher rate than average Americans or non-veterans. So we've had 6,100 veteran suicides in 2020 alone, and we've had 20 consecutive years of over 6,000 veterans committing suicide. Every year, 6,000 people. That's a huge number. So what are we going to do? More antidepressants? They don't work. They don't. So veterans account for more than 9% of all adults experiencing homelessness in the U.S., and 39,000 on any given day. So I bring that up to talk about the situation in Concord, which I don't know if you guys noticed, but there's a whole bunch of homeless people in Concord. So at the recent delegation meeting, we were talking about this, and there's 300 homeless they've documented. I don't know how they tag them, but they've counted that many. And 30 have applied for housing vouchers. So only 10% of them are actually looking to kind of reintegrate into society. So let's kind of figure out why that is. Do you think maybe these people have mental illnesses that they don't want to take these psych meds for? So maybe we can think about different alternative means that are safer, pure, and a one-time treatment instead of giving them Skittles every day to take? So, last thing to talk about is psilocybin, magic mushrooms. I don't know what you guys are familiar with. They've been legalized in Denver, in Portland, and also I just found out, where is this in Massachusetts? Somerville, Massachusetts actually decriminalized them in 2021. So we got to kind of realize what we're dealing with, and we're not dealing with some kind of dangerous drug. We're dealing with something that can help people process psychological trauma. So yeah, everybody in here wants to consider they got their stuff together, but you know what? A lot of people in this state don't. So we have to provide a means for them to do it. And I think this is a safer, more cost-effective means of doing it than buying into the big pharma propaganda and lifelong customer model that we currently see. So I ask that you support this bill and allow New Hampshire residents to live free or die and choose the treatments that they wish to use to treat their disorders. Thank you.
Chair recognizes... Oh, I'm sorry. Does the member yield to questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
Member may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for taking the question. I'm a self-avowed supporter of psychedelics, and I'll put that before I ask the question. Are you aware of any cases of accidental overdose of DMT in New Hampshire over the past 10, 20, 30, 40, I don't know, go far as back as you want, and or are you aware of any criminal arrests for possession and or use of DMT in the state of New Hampshire over the last 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years?
No, I am not, and neither is anyone else. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Senator Tasto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill would exempt dimethyltryptamine, DMT, from the Controlled Drug Act. DMT is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound that is found in many, if not all, plants and animals, including humans. It's been used for centuries by indigenous cultures and ceremonial practices to induce spiritual experiences. DMT is capable of inducing profound, life-changing experiences. It produces an intense experience with visual and auditory effects, altered perceptions of time and space, and a sense of transcending the physical world. DMT has been found to have an extraordinary ability to transport individuals into a completely different realm of existence. People report being blasted out of their bodies, encountering beings of different forms, and experiencing intense spiritual revelations that are impossible to put into words. Some describe it as seeing God or being in the presence of a higher power. DMT has been shown to have a change in the personality trait openness by 1 standard deviation permanently. And many people state that their DMT experience is the most significant experience of their entire life. Multiple U.S. Supreme Courts have already ruled in favor of churches using DMT, and recently the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled that a man convicted of possession of psilocybin was wrongfully tried because his use in the psychedelic was part of his religious practice. The court cited Part 1, Article 5 of the New Hampshire State Constitution, which maintains that each person has a natural and unalienable right to worship God based on their own conscience, and that individual shall not be hurt, molested, or restrained in their religious practices, provided he did not disturb the public peace or disturb others in their religious worship. So this bill just catches up the RSAs to the current New Hampshire law. DMT is not toxic or addictive. It's impossible to overdose on DMT, and DMT isn't even done often by users. It's done maybe once a year, and for many, they'll only do it once in their entire life. And the only one in committee, the only testimony against it was a representative from the New Hampshire State Police, and he was arguing that it was a public safety issue because it could create an impaired driver, and it's just something the police aren't familiar with. He didn't have much knowledge on what the effects of DMT are. DMT actually acts immediately on the user and will instantly disable them from physical activity. And it only lasts like 5 or 10 minutes. with no after effect or hangover, so it's not even possible to be driving a car. So in conclusion, I ask members to affirm Part 1, Article 5 of the New Hampshire Constitution. Every individual has a natural and unalienable right to worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience and reason, and no subject shall be hurt, molested, or restrained in his person, liberty, or estate for worshiping God in the manner and season most agreeable to the dictates of his own conscience, or for his religious profession, sentiments, or persuasion, provided he did not disturb the public peace or disturb others in their religious worship. This constitutional point has already been litigated on in the New Hampshire Supreme Court, and it was found in the case of the possession of psilocybin that the individual was wrongfully tried. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Navigating hearing aids can be an issue sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dimethyltryptamine, or DMT, is a hallucinogenic drug that is currently classified as a Schedule I controlled substance under both federal and New Hampshire law. In our state, penalties apply for making it, selling it, buying it, or possessing it, but because it is used by certain religious groups for religious ceremonies, our courts have carved out a reasonable objection for people who use DMT as part of their religion. One of the things that we focus on in our committee whenever we're called on to consider legalizing any substance, whether it's a hallucinogenic or something else that's currently illegal, is its potential impact on public safety. Our responsibility when we consider bills like this is to balance the very real right of individuals to control what they choose to put in their own bodies against society's need to minimize situations where people, especially kids, can consume things that make themselves a danger to themselves and or to others. While there's growing evidence that DMT may be a game-changing treatment for PTSD and other mental illnesses, this is not a bill that carves out special exceptions for medical usage. What HB 216 does is to effectively erase DMT from our New Hampshire statute. So if this bill passes, any limitations on making it, selling it, buying it, possessing it, or consuming it would disappear in New Hampshire 60 days after passage. Unlike some of the legalization bills that we've seen for other substances in this body, this bill has no guardrails to protect minors, no educational elements to promote responsible use, and no protections of any sort for anyone who cares to use it. During the public hearing, we heard testimony that a small but significant percentage of people who use dimethyltryptamine experience serious side effects. These side effects can range from a dangerous acceleration of heartbeat in some users. Some people who take it can also experience a reaction known as serotonin shock. This reaction can occur in people who are already taking antidepressants. So if you combine some of the reasons why people might want to take a drug like DMT, it might be for depression, it might be for PTSD, it might be for other forms of mental illness, you can see where serotonin shock would be something that could actually put them at very real risk. We don't dispute the fact that there are some people who may experience benefits, but the potential for unintended consequences at a point in time where law enforcement, our medical community, and our families are already dealing with a fentanyl epidemic is far too great, and there are simply too many unknowns at this point. So, should we allow the use of DMT in clinical settings the way that we do for therapeutic cannabis? Maybe, but that's not what this bill does. What this bill does is simply wipe DMT off the books in a way that is not responsible in the middle of a fentanyl epidemic. So what I would urge you to do is to support the committee recommendation and vote green to ITL the bill that's in front of us. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
Member yields. Member may inquire.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, are you aware of any method, given the situation that currently stands, where we commonly find things like fentanyl and xylazine in other drugs? Are you aware of any method, legal method at this point, to be able to test or analyze so that people would have any idea if it was legalized? People would have any assurance in what is actually in what they're getting?
My understanding is that most of the DMT that's produced in New Hampshire is not something that's coming in over the border. It's actually something that's produced by the folks who are actually using it for religious ceremonies and other people who happen to get a hold of the plants that you need to make the drug. So I think the risk at this point, and this is just off the top of my head, of it showing up in a pill like xylazine does with fentanyl is actually pretty minimal.
Does the member yield a further question?
Yes.
Senator Weyler, you may inquire.
Thank you, Representative Muse. In your testimony, you said that the people who took DMT may be a danger to society. Could you tell us a little bit more pointed how someone who ingests DMT and meets someone from another universe potentially is a danger to society? I fail to see that.
I think it's not that they themselves represent a danger to society, but one of the things that we did here is that when you are under the influence of this drug, you are someplace else. You're not here. One of the concerns that the state police, rightly or wrongly, expressed is, how quickly can you get back behind the wheel of a motor vehicle after you take something like this? So I think part of the issue, when we talk about, the danger to society, there are some direct risks, like what happens if somebody drives. But I think, the other thing that we need to consider is that this is not a drug that's been tested much or if at all on kids. So I mean, to essentially take the reins off of it and put kids in a situation where they can legally buy it seems to be a pretty irresponsible thing for us to do. So what I would say is, as a member of the Criminal Justice Committee, sometimes it's very frustrating we get bills like this that deal with drugs like dimethyltryptamine and psilocybin because we're not medical experts. All we can really do is evaluate the risk to public safety. What we can't do well is evaluate the medical risks. And I think if that's something that the sponsors of the bill would like to do in the future, then I think a different kind of bill going to a different committee might be the way to achieve it.
So member yield a further question.
Yes.
Senator Roy, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question, Representative. Representative, we just heard that, this can make you launch into space and the snozberries taste like snozberries and all that stuff. But can you explain to us what the sponsor put in the bill as safeguards and guidelines to protect children? Because I understand children can't buy cigarettes now, but if this passed, would they just be able to buy this stuff?
What the bill actually does is exempt dimethyltryptamine from the Controlled Drug Act. That's it. It erases it. It doesn't quite erase it. That's actually not quite what it does. What it does is it puts an exception in there that basically accepts it from the Controlled Drug Act. So there are no guardrails on its production, on its sale, who can buy it, who can sell it, who can make it, how strong it needs to be, whether it has contaminants in it, nothing. So that's the bill.
Senator Santonastato has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. It's not sufficiently seconded. This will not be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. There was a request for a division. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 216. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Senator Tasto for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that DMT has no public safety hazard, and if I know that the use of DMT is protected by Part 1, Article 5 of the Constitution for religious use, and that our constitutional rights do not require guardrails, and if I know that DMT naturally exists in the human body, and if I further know that DMT is reported to have people experience the most significant experience of their life, then would I press the red button so we can make another motion? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Roy for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I don't want children to be able to walk into the store and get a pack of Bubblicious and some mushrooms or whatever to trip on, would I vote to keep this inexpedient to legislate?
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 216. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Renzullo.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 274 voting yea, 97 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which is referred House Bill 624 FN, Act relative to federal immigration checkpoints, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator David Muse for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jonathan Stone for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0416H, printed in House Record 14, pages 40. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In New Hampshire, we have an established protocol of public notification when sobriety checkpoints are planned. We do this not because we want to encourage people driving under the influence to go around the checkpoints. Rather, we aim to decrease the potential imposition on everyday citizens going about their everyday lives. Yet, until now, we've allowed the imposition of the federal government setting up immigration checkpoints up to 100 miles away from the border, the actual border, in the exact same way with no public notice. Now, I want you to picture how much of our state is within the 100-mile overlapping jurisdiction of the U.S. Border Patrol. In fact, it's all of it. The entire state, a state where we respect, privacy rights and the right to be free of arbitrary stops and searches, basically the definition of a checkpoint, is subjected to the whims of the Border Patrol. Now, I understand the need for vigilance. I understand that the Border Patrol has a job to do. But New Hampshire residents, whether longtime residents, visitors, or newly naturalized citizens, do not deserve to be arbitrarily stopped and searched without notice. Many of our constituents also depend on the revenue of tourists and visitors who flock to our many attractions and events. I'll tell you right now, my friends who've come up here every year for decades to attend Bike Week would certainly think twice about making that trek at a time when they may end up stuck on the highway for hours and risk unreasonable searches on their ride there. And those times, things like Bike Week, are exactly the times Border Patrol casts their very wide net. To their minds, this is ideal. Now, I'm not asking for immigration checkpoints to end. What I am asking is for our state police to simply notify the public in a post, in a tweet, really however they choose, when they are made aware of a potential imposition on the good people of New Hampshire. On their behalf and mine, please join me in passing this very simple, straightforward request for common courtesy from our law enforcement. And I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Seelig for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also in support of this bill, and I'm sharing my personal story because this could happen to any of us or any of your kids. My father worked for the U.S. government for USAID when I was born. He was stationed in Pakistan, so my first passport photos were taken when I was 10 hours old. I've been through an immigration checkpoint. They asked to see my license. Then they asked me where I was born. Then they asked me to pull to the side of the road so we could have a further discussion. I was there for quite a while, wasted my time, wasted their time. It caused a huge traffic line from all the people waiting for me to finish answering their questions. Inconvenienced a lot of people because my father worked for the US government when I was born. So I ask you to vote in support of this bill of notification, because if I know that, for example, I'm going up to North Conway to go shopping, or if I know I'm going up to Waterville to go skiing, although I don't choose to ski there, but if I knew I were going there to ski and I knew that there was going to be an immigration checkpoint, I would know to include my passport in my car that day to save both myself and the immigration authorities an awful lot of time. So I ask you on behalf of myself and on behalf of any of your kids who it could be to vote in support of this bill. Thank you.
Representative Tenzar, are you in the room? Is Representative Tenzar in the room?
He's coming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to my constituents. I wasn't aware I was going to be speaking. If I know that, it's not Pierre. Again, sorry, I wasn't aware I was speaking. My speech is going to be very short. I am against the ought to pass on this, and again, I apologize, and that's it.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that has been before us in several other sessions. This is a bill that the House has generally looked pretty kindly on. There really is nothing in the bill that keeps anybody in law enforcement from doing their job. There's nothing that keeps Border Patrol officers from doing their job in the bill. All it really does is require notification of a process that can present a huge inconvenience for people who live in the area and for a lot of the people who fuel the economy of the North Country. So essentially what it does is it puts some guardrails around communication, but in no way does it affect the ability of Customs and Border Patrol to actually enforce the border. I just want to make that point. Thank you.
We've had a request for a division vote, so members take your seats. Senator roll call. Representative Hines requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Karen Reed for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that the United States is a sovereign nation, I would oppose House Bill 624. If I believe that the goal of House Bill 624 is to stem the flow of illegal drugs and guns coming into our country, I would oppose House Bill 624. If I believe that advance notice of a checkpoint would defeat the purpose of having a checkpoint, I would oppose House Bill 624. If I believe that our Border Patrol agents are under attack daily and could use support in their duties, I would oppose House Bill 624. Thank you. And if you support, if you oppose House Bill 624, please press red. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that nothing in this bill prevents Customs and Border Patrol officers from doing their job or prevents local or state law enforcement from assisting them, but if I also know that immigration checkpoint stops can put an unreasonable burden on local residents, inconvenience visitors who are the lifeblood of our economy in northern parts of the state, and are often used as a constitutionally questionable pretext for conducting broader searches that may violate civil liberties, then would I press the green button to move forward a bill that simply requires the public be notified in the same way notice is currently provided for sobriety checkpoints in New Hampshire. Thank you.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of order passes amended on House Bill 624. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harley. I need a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Thank you.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 220 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 367 FN Local, relative to eligibility of students in Education Freedom Account Program. This comes to us without recommendation. Representative Cordelli moves ought to pass as amended. We'll vote on the amendment first. The amendment is 0226H, printed in House Record 14, pages 37. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Luno to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what do we know about New Hampshire's brand new Education Freedom Account program? Well, we know it was highly unpopular with Granite Staters. When it was proposed 2 years ago, more than 5,200 people signed in opposition to it. And the bill didn't even get out of our committee or have a vote on the House floor. And we know the program was designed to provide students from low-income families an alternative to their public school. But turns out, just about all the kids in the program were already in private schools or homeschools when they applied for an EFA. House Bill 367, now amended, expands the program to include families making more than $100,000 a year. And now is not the time to expand this program. This coming fall, the Legislative Budget Office will conduct a performance audit on the program. Currently, the EFA program has cost taxpayers almost $25 million, and the Commissioner is asking for another $60 million in taxpayer money to pay private school costs over the next 2 years. Expanding the program will reduce the amount of funding available to our public schools, the schools we are required to adequately fund per the New Hampshire Constitution. And when the state diverts money away from our public schools, what happens? That's right, it increases our property taxes. Bills like House Bill 367 are policy bills, but that also says a lot about our priorities. Now is not the time to expand this program. Please consider the impact on the state budget and how that impact will limit the state's ability to fund other priorities important to your constituents, all Granite Staters, like public schools, and what that will do to your local property taxes. Please vote no on the motion of ought to pass so that another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We all know that this has been a very beneficial program to many children. We know that children are not just school funding units, they're children. We also know that parents want the best for their children, the best possible education for their children, like the little one we've been hearing from this morning. What we want to do is empower parents to provide children with those educational opportunities. But we also know that there is an income cap for this program. The committee amendment that we just passed increases by a small amount that family income limit. We might even say that it keeps up with the historic inflation that we have been experiencing. We've heard testimony about hundreds of families that have been denied access to the program because of their income. Not just denying the family, but denying the education that that child and that family needs to succeed. Currently, a single mom with a child, they have an income cap of under $55,000. This amendment would increase that cap so that that mom and her child could have an income of approximately $9,000 greater than they do now. How many of those families would qualify? I don't know, but we want to give them a chance. We want to give the children a chance. In terms of the impact of this program, we heard about the impact that this will have on the budget. I'm more concerned about the impact on our kids. We believe that the bill passage with this amendment has a great chance to get signed into law. We ask you to give support to more New Hampshire children so that they can have the opportunity they need to succeed.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 367. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that according to the Department of Education, the EFA program was intended for students from low-income families, and if I know that this bill expands the EFA program to families making more than $100,000 a year, and if I know that expanding the EFA program will limit the state's ability to fund other programs important to Granite Staters, then would I press the red button to defeat the ought to pass motion so that another motion could be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill raises the household income eligibility of an EFA from 300% of the federal poverty line to 350%, if I know low and middle income parents are using education freedom accounts to ensure their children receive the education they deserve, and if I also know this program has exceeded expectations, providing economically disadvantaged students learning options to successfully fit their personal learning needs, would I then support this modest eligibility income level increase by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass as amended on House Bill 367. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 180, House will be in order. 187 voting yea, 184 voting nay. Committee report of order passes amended is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote now.
A division has been requested. The motion is for reconsideration on House Bill 367. Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to lay reconsideration on the table.
We're in the voting. The motion before us is reconsideration of House Bill 367. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Paydor. Thank you. Representative Khan.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 190 voting nay. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chair recognizes Representative Weyler for memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to memorialize the Honorable Paul Mursky. I would ask the tri-chairs of the HRA to join me and any close friends of Paul Mursky. I came into this legislature in 1990.
We're not all going to be able to fit up here, so.
You told me to be quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came into this chamber in 1990, I joined an active group called the Legislators for Limited Spending. About 1994, along came a new member called Paul Mursky. And he was active in the group, and after a while he said, your focus is too narrow. We should be looking at the Constitution and the party platform. And a few weeks later, he formed a different group called the House Republican Alliance. And pretty soon, all the LLS members went over to join that group as well. And it has been very active since about 1994. You see the results. House Republican Alliance has been a very active group. So I rise to memorialize the gentleman, Paul Mursky, who on February 19th departed this world. He was one of the great influences in this body for the approximately 12 years that he was here. He has left a lasting legacy, and he's had some good friends. I would ask, let's see, is Cliff Newton here? I would ask him to make a few remarks about Paul as well. They were close.
Thank you, Ken, for that. I knew Paul Mursky for over 25 years, and I first served with him in 2002. And in that time, we got a lot of things done. We got a lot of the group together, the HRA. And Paul had a laugh that was as big as the man himself. And when I would need to catch up with Paul, all I'd have to do was go in the hall or go on a floor of a room, and if he was on that floor, you'd hear him because he'd laugh. And I talked with him recently before he passed, and he still had that laugh. Paul was also a rebel. His favorite saying was, it's easier to beg for forgiveness than ask for permission. And Paul would tell the story about his college days. His parents had a store on, I think it was a big lake up north, Wyndham Lake or something like that. And his parents wanted to go on vacation, so they asked Paul, who was in college, they said, can you come down and run the store? And you guys and your friends, you can have whatever you want in the store to eat and drink. And they said, his father said just one thing. He said, don't feed the ducks. So Paul, being the rebel, the store had a popcorn machine. And every night, to empty the popcorn machine, what would he do? He'd feed the ducks. So when his parents come back, his father gets out of the car, and there's hundreds of ducks on the lawn. And his father looks at him, and all he says is, you fed the ducks, didn't you? So I can't help but hope that Paul is somewhere still feeding the ducks and still being a little bit of a rebel. Thank you.
Can we all rise for a moment of silence? Chair recognizes Representative Wilhelm for an announcement, I'm assuming?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to move that the memorial remarks be placed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. We're going to take lunch. Let's meet back here at 1:30 sharp. Thank you. 380FN relative to non-academic surveys administered by a public school or a chartered school to its students. It comes without recommendation. Representative Woodcock moves order pass. Chair recognizes Representative McDowell. Members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The member has a right to speak. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I rise in opposition to House Bill 380. Current statute ensures that surveys are conducted on a volunteer basis. The opt-in policy ensures that no one participates unwillingly and no one is pressured into participating. Changing this to opt-out makes parents less aware of what is going on inside the classroom. It is imperative that parents can easily choose for their students not to be surveyed. Also, there are New Hampshire students underperforming on the statewide assessment. Therefore, we must prioritize academic improvement and not decrease instructional time to perform unwanted surveys that provide no academic benefit. The survey mentioned by name within House Bill 380 is the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which has been conducted biannually by the CDC since 1991. While in high school, I took this survey twice. The questions are direct and invasive by design, asking about sensitive topics such as abuse, neglect, drugs, rape, and suicide, to name only a few. After completing the survey, there is not a follow-up to discuss these topics. Even those students who feel embarrassed, scared, and uncomfortable need support, not surveys. Furthermore, the validity of aggregated data must be considered. Survey results lack credibility because of a lack of honesty. For example, underage substance use is a commonly committed crime, but likely underrepresented in the data. There are even students who think it is cool to intentionally skew survey results. Therefore, conclusions made from falsified data should be considered misinformation. Finally, House Bill 380 would apply to future surveys that we do not, at the present time, know the content of. So please join me in opposing the OTP motion, because people are not percentages and should not be subjected to unwanted surveys for the sake of collecting inaccurate data. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. How many times have we sat in this hall and heard the statement, this bill isn't ready for prime time? It needs more work, or the committee needs more data. Just this session, think back on your own committee votes and how you may have concluded with the statement, we need more data, we need more information. And then you vote to ITL or retain the bill because you don't have it. This isn't a fancy bill. It's not the Youth Risk Behavior Survey that's in law. It's not what we just heard. It doesn't die on the table as an unfunded mandate, and there are no hidden agendas or unintended consequences lurking in the shadows. It simply does a couple of things in order to improve the collection of data in public schools. It opens up non-academic surveys to charter schools who have been omiss in this. The same parent preventions continue to be in place. Prior written and electronic notification continue to be in place. Notification to parents that they can review the survey up to 10 days before online or in person continue to be in place, and parents can opt out their children from the participation of the survey if they so choose. Nothing changes. The focus of this bill is very simple. Expand data collection to charter schools and increase participation in all public schools, so by using the opt-out system versus an opt-in. Researchers know that the more data collected yields more results and provides better opportunities to make more accurate recommendations, thereby improving the effectiveness of programs that can be offered to all of our students in the public school. As I noted at the beginning, how many times have your committee requested more data or more information? This bill does just that for public schools. Thank you. I request that you vote green on HB 380. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division, please.
Well, Representative Sanatasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 380. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If I know current law provides an exception for the CDC Youth Risk Behavior Survey for administration in our New Hampshire public schools. However, if I also know this bill further expands the exception to allow other yet-to-be-defined CDC prevention programs to be administered in our public schools, and if I know the intent and consequences of this bill are an overreach and would allow further data mining of student personal information and home life, what's going on there, would I then press the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Balboni for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that surveys like the Youth Risk Behavior Survey provide data that schools can use to improve curriculum, services, and programs for their students, and if I know that parents receive advance written notification of the administration of these surveys, they can opt out their children from participating, and that students are not required to answer all questions, then why would I now vote yes and press the green button to allow student voices to be heard? Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 330. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Leapley. Representative Lamontagne.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 193 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Motion before us now is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 380.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move to lay on the table.
That is a higher motion, so the motion before the motion before us now is to lay House Bill 380 on the table. A division vote has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 380. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that placing this bill on the table will give us the opportunity down the road to take this off the table and consider how collecting information from schools, including charter schools, can help us all do our jobs better, would I press the green button and put this bill on the table? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Fellow representatives, if I know the red flag is up, would I then press the red button?
The motion before us is to lay House Bill 380 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the pending motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 440 FN, relative to use of education trust funds. The House will be in order. This comes to us without recommendation. Senator Cordelli moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Weyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I urge you today to reject the OTP motion on HB 440. This bill is not a housekeeping item. The Education Freedom Accounts, or EFAs as they're known, has grown since its inception 2 years ago. Originally, it was proposed to assist families within 300% of the poverty level with a taxpayer voucher to attend a school of their choice. Introduced at the time as a proposed rate of only 25 students at a cost of $129,000. Currently, there are 3,200 students receiving an EFA voucher at a cost of $20 million. The governor has proposed $60 million in this next biennium. As you can see, the funds for the EFA program are growing by the millions, even though servicing just 3,000 to 4,000 students. The program deserves its own designated budget item. The Education Trust Fund was established to provide needed state financial aid to local public schools to support an adequate education for over 160,000 students. HB 440 would take needed funding from the EFA away from the trust fund. To add this funding for the EFA program from the Education Trust Fund threatens the amount of taxpayer trust-funded dollars to local school districts. Further, there is currently little accountability on the allocation of taxpayer dollars to the EFA program. By designating a specific budget item for the EFA program, the millions of dollars devoted to the program will not get lost in the many Department of Education programs. There needs to be a stated budget limit to the allocation of the EFA vouchers. Some project that the EFA program may exceed $70 million. We need to remember that every dollar expended from the Education Trust Fund is a dollar that will not go to the adequacy aid to your local school district and could eventually raise taxpayer dollars. The EFA program needs its own budget separate from the trust fund. The Education Trust Fund needs to remain dedicated to the funding of adequate education for the 160,000 New Hampshire students attending public schools. I urge you to vote no on the OTP motion of HB 440 so that an alternative motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you really what this bill does. HB 440 clarifies the intent of the General Court with respect to the Education Trust Fund. The Education Trust Fund was set up in 1999 and specified specific uses, including distributing the education grants to schools. Since that time, a number of programs have been signed into law specifying use of the Education Trust Fund. These include infrastructure grants and kindergarten grants to municipalities. Those statutes specifically address the Education Trust Fund as the source of funding for those grants. 2 years ago, the Education Freedom Account program was created and put into law, stating specifically, let me quote, appropriation from the Education Trust Fund. The amount necessary to fund any grants or transfers authorized under this chapter is hereby appropriated to the department from the Education Trust Fund. HB 440 adds EFAs and these other programs as authorized uses of the Education Trust Fund. Due to oversight, the Education Trust Fund statute was never updated to include these programs. But isn't it interesting that during testimony, the only one of these programs that was objected to was the Education Freedom Accounts, as we've just heard. Is it possible that this is really just another attempt to attack the Education Freedom Accounts? There are two legal principles in play here. First, and we've heard it before, one legislature cannot bind a future legislature. Thus, the 1999 legislature, which defined the uses of the Education Trust Fund, cannot bind the 2021 legislature that created the EFA account and said that EFA funds are to come from the Education Trust Fund. Secondly, in 2012, the New Hampshire Supreme Court heard a case involving the Wolfboro firefighters versus the town. In that case, there were two statutes in conflict. The New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled that when there are two statutes in conflict, the later statute controls, in this case, the EFA statute. This, I'm afraid, is just another attempt to as a means to sabotage the education freedom accounts and the kids in the program. Vote green, please, and Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call vote.
Representative Cordelli has requested a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 440. This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Cascadden for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are 3,200 students receiving education freedom accounts, vouchers costing $120 million, and the proposed rate for the taxpayer-funded voucher was originally for 25 students at a cost of $129,000, then wouldn't we propose a separate state budget line item? If I know that there's a dire need to fund public schools, would I not allocate property tax dollars for that purpose? And if I know that there is little to no transparency and accountability of our local property tax dollars funding education freedom account programs, would I now vote no by pushing the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Pinter-Nell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is necessary to update the statute for the use of the Education Trust Fund, and if I know that one statute cannot violate another, and if I know that when a conflict exists between two statutes, the latter statute will control, and above all, this is a really boring bill because all we're doing is updating statute, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 440. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 185 voting nay. Ought to pass motion is adopted. The Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 464 FN relative to eligible students in the Education Freedom Account program, comes to us without recommendation. Senator Alicia Lakis moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Education Freedom Account, or EFA program, is in its second year of operation and started out with an income limit of 300% of poverty, which was about $90,000. Today, we just entertained a bill that raised it to $350,000, which stretches that limit up to almost $100,000 for a family of four. The initial intent of the program was to provide school choice for low-income families to send their children to private and homeschool as an alternative choice from a public school. Families whose children were already attending private or parochial schools or were homeschools immediately took advantage of this new program. Their numbers were unknown when the initial fiscal statement was made, and only 20 to 25% of the funds actually went to the students leaving the public schools. That's why there was such a discrepancy. The resulting cost of the program was grossly underestimated, both in the number of the students and the resulting amount of money that would be taken from the Educational Trust Fund. There's still no budget cap to the allocations to the EFA program. This bill proposes new eligibility for the EFA program with no income requirement by extending eligibility to include groups of students who were in various categories and situations. The families of these children are from situations like foster care, children with disabilities, migratory children, English language learners, and more categories which would now be eligible to receive EFA funding without any income limit. The number of students in these categories would be added to the program, and the number is totally unknown. What we do know is that these are the very students who would greatly benefit from the expanded services they could receive in the public school system that private and parochial schools are not required and in many cases do not have the resources to offer. These vulnerable students and their families need a strong safety net, meals, basic needs, specialized school programs and specialists, community services, and the inclusive and nurturing culture found in local communities' public schools. To make such drastic changes in the eligibility for the EFAs at this point, by expanding to an unknown number of new students without any new income limits or a cap on the total amount, will once again balloon the costs of the program. We should think long and hard before we expand the EFA program and its effects on our educational trust funds at this point, because adequate funding for our public schools needs to be this legislature's top priority. I request a division vote, please, and I urge everybody to vote ITL on this motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Alicia Lakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, House members. Good afternoon. I want to ask you to go on a little imaginary trip with me. Use your imagination. So imagine for a moment that you've showed up as a new rep and you've gone through all the things necessary to get elected, and here you are. And you get your first bill and you're looking at it and it's like, you can't really, it's like it's all in code and you can't figure it out. So you ask and you're told, now, this is how you read these bills, and this is the word you're really going to want to know, shall. Shall, make sure you know this, see it looks like this, memorize this. This is what it looks like. Okay, so you think you got that one, and the first bill comes up and you still can't decode this, but all right. You've learned, look at the pictures, there aren't any pictures. You've learned, listen to what other people are saying. Well, they're saying things, they're talking about schools, and they're talking about students, and they're talking about discipline. and you've read the bill, and it's got this word that says lash, okay? But it doesn't have that other word, the other word they told you that said may. That's the other important one, shall and may. Well, this other bill has this word that says yam, but yam doesn't make sense. But lash, it's teachers and discipline, lash. Are we going back to lashing students? So you speak out, because we're now going to be lashing students. And everybody, and you say that, and now they're making fun of you. You show up at the cafeteria, and what's going on? You show up at the cafeteria, and they're calling you lash, and you hear your name coming up. And now this is your...
Representative will suspend. We're kind of getting a little off base here on your testimony.
I was trying to explain the situation of the children in our schools in a situation that relates to us. So you're a student and you don't get it, and it's not working, and you go to your teacher and it's not working, and they say, I told you, read from left to right. Hold your hands like this, the one that makes the L, and you go, they're all L to me, I don't get it. But you're still not getting help. And now the kids are making fun of you because you spoke up in class.
Yeah, point of order. What's this got to do with the bill?
State.
Yeah, I think it has to do with bullying and special needs.
The representative, the member has raised a point of order.
Mm-hmm.
State your point of order.
Yeah. I believe we've veered way off of the content of this bill, which is basically to remove any income eligibility for certain groups of students who apply for the Education Freedom Account program.
The member really needs to concentrate on the bill itself, not where I think you were going.
Two of the groups in this bill are kids with special needs and kids who are being persistently bullied, which is where I was going. Those kids go to their parents and they say, can't I get out? I'm mandated to go here. And the parents say, I don't have enough money. And the kids say, well, but so-and-so, we have more money than they do. And the kids, well, yeah, but they have help. The state pays for them because they don't make much money. The state isn't going to pay for us. Well, so-and-so got help. They went to this special school, and now they can read. Yeah, but their parents have money. But we have money. We're not doing too badly. Yeah, but we have to fix the roof, and the car needs to be replaced. And we don't have money, and everything costs more. But guess what? You still have to go to that school. We heard stories, I can't tell you how many. Kids coming in, parents coming in, their kids with belly aches, throwing up in the morning, anything to avoid going to school and being bullied again. It doesn't make sense to them. They can't decode the words. They can't read. It makes no sense. One dad came and told us that story. He said, but I have money. I took my kid out. I put him in a private school. He's doing excellently. And my son said to me, Dad, what about all those kids whose parents don't have enough money? Are they still having to go through stuff like I did? And he came and said, I don't want an EFA for me, I don't need it. But I want an EFA for all those kids who are being bullied, those kids who just aren't getting it and aren't being reached by the school system. I want them to be able to go to a school that meets their needs, a school that teaches them how to decode those words that make no sense to them. And that's what Billis is about. It's to provide stability for those kids who are being moved all over the place so they can use their EFA to go to one single school instead of being moved every time they're in a new foster home or their parents get transferred. That's what it's for. It's for those kids. And I ask you, we don't know where those families are, and we don't know where that line is. We don't know what they're going through. But I ask you to support those kids so they can get the help that the parents who have lots of money can provide. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions? Does the member yield to questions?
I'm sorry, I always yield to questions.
Does the member yield to questions?
Yes.
The member yield.
So thank you for taking my question. Is it true that this bill does much like what we do in Medicaid, where there are financial eligibility requirements to establish need as well as categories in which people can qualify based on their need as well, beyond just the financial? Is it true that this establishes some categories in which the need of the student is as important as the financial wherewithal of the parents?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Does the member yield to further questions?
I do.
Wardell, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member, for taking my question. We've talked in the Education Committee a lot about students in schools that are not succeeding. We've talked about students that are persistently bullied. Are those students, in addition to the ones I think you mentioned in foster care and special needs children, are they all included in this bill as students who would not have to be subjected to the income cap of their family?
Yes, there are a number of categories, and they're all listed in our calendar under my talk, and they were mentioned by the other representative who spoke before me. Thank you very much.
The motion before us is the auto-pass motion in House Bill 464. Representative Senator Tasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. Motion before us is the auto-pass motion in House Bill 464. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Danson for a parliamentary inquiry. Damon, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, and I must say it's a pleasure to be able to stand here and say that. If I know this bill attempts to expand the Education Freedom Accounts program far beyond its original intent, despite the program lacking accountability academically or fiscally, and if I know that the budget for the program has already been exceeded by millions of dollars, and making this drastic change in eligibility will further balloon the cost of the program without any limits on the cost to our taxpayers. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that funding public schools adequately should be this legislator's top educational priority, would I now press the red button to oppose the OTP? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that EFAs can offer stability to children who are moved around a lot, like children in foster care or children in military families, and if I know that many children now in this state in EFA programs fall into the categories that are listed in this bill, like having special needs or being persistently bullied, and if I know that there are other children in similar circumstances in this state whose middle-class families can't afford alternatives, but make just enough to not qualify for an EFA. Mr. Speaker, would I then vote to join with the intent of the governor's budget and extend this education opportunity to these marginalized children by pressing the green button now?
The motion before us is the order pass motion on House Bill 464. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay the vote. 192 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The motion of order pass passes. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voting on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote now.
The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 464. A division has been requested. I would assume all members are still in their seats. The motion before us is the motion before us is the reconsideration vote on 464. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Khan.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 181 voting yea, 196 voting nay. The motion for reconsideration fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of HB 440, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote now.
Yep. The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 440. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll vote. You'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Coker.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The reconsider motion fails. What reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of HB 380, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 380. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Weber? Representative Weber? Okay.
Representing.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 197 voting nay. The reconsider motion fails.
The majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 112, an act relative to tenants' right to notification prior to the sale of a multifamily home. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Zoe Manos for the majority of the committee. The amendment is 0252H, printed on House Record 14 on page 34. Do the question on the amendment. I did not. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander for the minority of the committee. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No! Gotcha. He said division before I even reached for it. So this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. They're allowed to come in.
They are allowed in. JV went over the door.
All right. The question is on the committee report. This is a division. What? Amendment. Yeah, it's on the amendment. Sorry, I was watching somebody wandering around while we're in the voting mode. Members should be in their seats. The question is on Amendment 0252H. If you're in favor of adopting the amendment, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 179 in the affirmative, 194 in the negative. The amendment fails. The question now is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 112. The member from Goffstown, Representative Alexander, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to make this very quick. HB 112 would require the owner of a restricted rental property, and just so everyone knows, restricted means 4 or more units, to give a 60-day notice to tenants that the landlord or housing provider intends to sell the property. 60 days is way too much time in this housing market, and it removes the ability for a landlord to entertain any cash offers, because typically a cash offer you can close less than 3 weeks. So further restricting the housing supply, restricting rights of the landlords to flip and sell their property will exacerbate the housing crisis. Everyone knows the housing crisis is a supply side issue, and further regulation would not solve it. So, and just to clarify, this committee amendment now with this bill in place, with the amendment not passing, means that the owner has to give a good faith offer to the tenants, and they have to entertain the offer from the tenants before they can accept any other offers. So with that, I urge the committee to vote red. Thanks. The House to vote red. Thank you.
The member from Durham, Representative Kelley, is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 112 would simply say that tenants must be notified 60 days before the final sale of the building they live in. This applies only to restricted multifamily buildings, the kind that are owned by corporate landlords. This does not apply to small private landlords renting out a single home or a couple ADUs or the like. This is nothing more than a right to know for the consumer, the person renting. Currently, prospective buyers will often jump through hoops to keep their purchase of the property a secret, knowing that tenants simply knew the truth about what was happening to their property. They may make preparations, including potentially using their free market ability to leave. The committee heard testimony from tenants that some prospective landlords, in conjunction with the seller, have inspected the property before a sale by claiming they were insurance adjusters. Others claimed that they owned a neighboring property and had questions about the property line. The majority of tenants in this state are month-to-month extensions of their original lease. A change in ownership might mean an immediate rent increase or changes to a whole host of policies that have been in the month-to-month agreement. But even for tenants who are still finishing out their lease at the time of transfer, a new landlord can mean changes to aspects of the property that were not guaranteed in the lease. So the language of the original bill came directly from current New Hampshire RSA. In the 1980s, New Hampshire passed a very similar law for the notice of sale in regard to mobile home parks. The law went further than this bill does, or would have if amended. The result of the law has been that tenants were able to organize together and put in offers to buy their own property. Today, we have 189 successful community-owned mobile parks in the state as a result of that law. Organizations that help tenants band together to get funding as co-op have formed for this very reason. This change has been productive, and as we have empowered the tenants with information at the beginning, we turn tenants into the owners, something that has across the board positive impacts on communities. And not only that, but the sellers, by including the tenants up front, were able to get better offers for their properties, meaning the changes are good for the tenant and the sellers. To conclude, HB 112 simply says the landlord will notify their tenant 60 days before the final sale. The vast majority of deals do not close within 60 days anyway. This is a completely non-onerous business practice that would simply uphold the basic right to know and good free market principles rather than keep people in the dark about what is going to happen in their homes, which is currently happening. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support the OTP motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Stanton Asazu has requested a roll call vote, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 112. This is a roll call vote. Representative Tripp is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill requires the owner to provide tenants with a notice of sale and the first right of refusal on purchase of the property, and if I also know that if less than the total participation by the tenants reduces the probability of their being able to obtain financing, and if I know that an existing lease protects the tenants from eviction by the new owner, and if I know that this bill diminishes the property rights of the owner, would I then vote red?
Representative Wheeler is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that all HB 112 does is allow tenants to know when their property is going to be changing hands, and if I know that this has been done for decades in this state with regard to mobile homes with great success, and if I know that in essence this is a basic right-to-know law without which the free market cannot work, and the market is currently shifted in one direction. And finally, if I know that not only is it far from onerous to simply inform people of what's happening to their homes, but it actually helps sellers get better offers when they include tenants in the process, when how often dismiss potential buyers. Would I now press the green button to agree with the majority of the committee's report? Thank you.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 112. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 175 in the affirmative, 199 in the negative. The motion fails. What reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Sweeney moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 112. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 117 relative to the termination of tenancy at the expiration of the tenancy or lease term, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Lynn moves ought to pass. The member from Portsmouth, Representative McBeath, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Good afternoon. So of the landlord-tenant bills you're going to hear today, this is the real sleeper. This bill will repeal, HB 117 will repeal a statute that is 38 years old. It came out of a study committee that the governors established in 1985. I just want to remind you that is when the ozone hole was first discovered in Antarctica. Super Mario Brothers were introduced and Ronald Reagan was president. So it's been around a long time and it's done a pretty good job. If this bill passes, it will remove the limited protections that tenants have once they've established a tenancy. And it only applies to larger landlords, people with 4 units or more. Doesn't apply to commercial, doesn't apply to owner-occupied, or vacation, recreational, boarding houses, but it does require that at the end of a tenancy, which is 12 months or 6 months, anything over 6 months, that the landlord can't just arbitrarily end the tenancy, can't evict the tenant, has to have a good cause. And good cause could be any legitimate business reason or some of the reasons that you know of or heard, bad tenant reasons, not paying rent, et cetera. So this has been around for a while. In 2005, the New Hampshire Supreme Court, as is mentioned in the little report, upheld this law, and all the 5 justices voted yes, they wanted to uphold it. One justice said he wanted to uphold it for a different reason. In making that decision, the Supreme Court said that if we repealed these statutes, these protections, good cause, we would eviscerate the protections for the tenants in these units. And some of the consequences that they said, relationships with friends and neighbors would be destroyed, children would have to change schools, and there'd be loss of support system for elderly. So I'd like you all to please vote against red of the OTP so that another motion could be offered. Thank you.
The member from Windham, Representative Lynn, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, in order to explain why the enactment of HB 117 is important, let me ask you all to participate in a brief quiz in which you answer to yourselves a single multiple choice question. Assume you are a small landlord owning rental properties, perhaps 3 or 4 units, and you don't live in the property. And one of your units is up for rent, and you decide to rent the property to a tenant for 1 year for, say, $2,000. So now the question, what's the term of the lease? A, 1 year. B, forever. C, 1 year for the tenant, but forever for you as the landlord. That the answer is A, 1 year, seems obvious, doesn't it? I said the lease specifically says it is for 1 year, so that must mean the term of the lease contract is 1 year, right? Wrong. The answer under New Hampshire law as it now stands, based on the 2005 Supreme Court decision that was referred to earlier, is C. The term of the lease contract is 1 year for the tenant, but it is forever for the landlord. Stop and think about that. A single contract has one meaning for one party to the contract, but an entirely different meaning for the other party to the contract. This completely unprecedented violation of basic contract rights results from the Supreme Court's conclusion that the termination of a tenancy does not constitute good cause for evicting a tenant who does not want to leave. The rationale for the court's decision was that the landlord's contract rights really are unimportant in the case of restricted property, because the only thing the landlord should be concerned about is getting paid and having a tenant who does not damage the property or disrupt any other tenants. Therefore, as long as the tenant does not violate these requirements, the tenant can stay for as long as he or she wants. Of course, this rationale does not work both ways. At the end of the lease, the tenant is free to move out without any adverse consequences whatsoever. The weakness of the court's reasoning in the case was pointed out in the concurring opinion of Justice Joseph Netto, who I will note was a Democrat appointed to the court by Governor Shaheen. Justice Netto wrote, and I quote, "Under the majority's interpretation, lease provisions purporting to limit the lease to a specified duration have no meaning. The effect of the majority's interpretation is to create a perpetual tenancy, virtually a life interest in favor of a tenant of restricted property covered by the statute. I do not believe that was the intent of the landlord-tenant statutes." The court's decision was ostensibly made to protect tenants' rights. In reality, however, the decision has the effect of reducing the availability of housing to those who are most likely the most vulnerable. Consider the landlord who must decide whether to rent to a tenant that appears questionable. Maybe the tenant has a spotty credit history or a contentious personality that may mean he or she might have problems getting along with other tenants. If the landlord knows that a one-year lease means what it says, he might be willing to take a chance on that person, knowing that the maximum period of exposure is 1 year. But under the law as it now stands, the landlord knows that if he rents the unit to the person, he may be stuck with that person forever. As a result, the landlord in all likelihood will decide not to take the risk, which means that this person will not get the housing he or she needs. The bill does contain an exception for very short-term leases of 6 months or less, because in such cases there usually is an expectancy by both parties that the tenancy will be extended for at least the 6-month period. Please restore the law to what it should mean, that property rights are important, that contracts mean what they say, so that landlords are not discouraged from renting to people who do not fit the model of the ideal tenant. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask for a division vote on this.
The question is on the motion about to pass on House Bill 117. Representative Lynn requested to, never mind. Representative Santanastazzo requests a roll call vote, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion about to pass on House Bill 117. Representative Marjorie Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that state law requires that a landlord have good cause for eviction, non-payment of rent, substantial damage to the apartment, or taking the apartment off the rental market, or substantially renovating it. If I know that the New Hampshire Supreme Court, recognizing that when judges are appointed, one hopes that they have forgotten the political party of the governor who appointed them, if I know that the New Hampshire Supreme Court has ruled that expiration of a lease is not good cause on its own for eviction, if I know that this bill denies tenants the protection of the New Hampshire's well-constructed eviction law, would I now press the red button so that another motion could be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill will correct the law to eliminate the situation whereby a lease provision specifying its term is rendered a nullity for the landlord, but is fully enforceable by the tenant, and if I know that the court decision that produced this result violates the contract and property rights of legitimate business people who provide a valuable public service by making housing available to the public, and if I know that the law as it now stands reduces the availability of housing to those who are likely to have the most difficulty in securing housing, then would I support OTP for this bill by pressing the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 117. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. I didn't want to make him run.
Representative Oregon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 having voted in the affirmative, 157 in the negative, the motion is adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 401, relative to evictions based on the owner's intent to renovate the property, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Marjorie Smith moves ought to pass. The member from Londonderry, Representative Perez, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be very brief because House Bill 401 does not work. When did we, as legislators, get into the business of controlling property owners of their fundamental right to control how and when they can renovate their property? When did we, as legislators, decide we had the right to tell property owners when they were allowed to rent their property? This bill will both discourage development and rehabilitation of property and upgrading individual apartments. Both are needed to sustain economic growth in New Hampshire. Why would we possibly want to restrict apartments from being available for a period of time when we have a critical housing shortage? And why would we possibly want to fine a landlord for putting his property up for rent when it is ready? This makes no sense. This bill is a lose-lose for all involved. The property owner, as well as a potential tenant. I urge you to vote against ought to pass.
Trust but verify. The representative from Durham, Representative Kelley, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will also be brief because this bill would easily work and is completely reasonable. This bill offers needed protections and increased notice for tenants in situations where a landlord plans to renovate property or remove property from the market. Under this bill, when an eviction notice regards an intent to renovate, a renter must be provided 60 days notice to vacate, be told what work is being done on the unit they are renting, and an accurate time frame that the renovation will take. Additionally, it must be shown the work will take longer than 30 days and cannot be done safely if the tenant remains living there. If the eviction is based off the owner's intention to remove the property from the market, this bill would require 60 days notice and that the unit is off the market for 1 year. This is to ensure that the reason offered for the eviction is in good faith and the tenants have adequate notice and time to secure housing. So in short, this bill provides a very fair balance where a landlord can still renovate their property or remove their property from the market, but also offer reasonable protections so tenants have stability and more opportunity to find alternative housing. I urge my colleagues to support the OTP motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 401. Representative Santonastasia requests a roll call vote, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. Questions on the motion about to pass on House Bill 401. This is a roll call vote. Representative Wallace is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 401 would place an unnecessary additional burden on our landlords, and if I further know that in the current rental housing market, requiring a landlord to keep a rental housing unit off the market for a year would only worsen the availability of units. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that ultimately this bill would likely result in higher rental rates, would I now press the red button?
Representative Kelley is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill offers a fair balance between a landlord's right to renovate property and remove that property from the market, and a tenant having adequate notice to avoid these very difficult situations, if I further know that this bill will ensure evictions are done only in good faith, then would I now press the green button in support of OTP? Thank you.
The question is on the motion about to pass on House Bill 401. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 154 in the affirmative, 213 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Sweeney moves inexpedient to legislate. Be ready for the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 469 FN, prohibiting discrimination against tenants holding certain vouchers for purposes of renting dwellings, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Horrigan moves ought to pass. The member from Windham, Representative Kujab, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, New Hampshire is in a housing shortage, and we need to encourage new landlords to enter the market, not force existing ones out with new regulations. House Bill 469 would forcibly require landlords to participate in the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, whether they want to or not. Landlords would be compelled into entering into a 12-page government contract without any say in the content of that contract. They'd be involuntarily obligated to comply with 77 pages of program regulations, which place many burdens and additional costs onto the landlord. This would undoubtedly exacerbate rents. A provision of this bill, which allows a landlord to be excluded if their rent is higher than the rent allowed by the program, would undoubtedly encourage rent increases. We need to fix the Section 8 program and incentivize landlords to want to participate in the program, not force it upon landlords. Please vote no on ought to pass so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
The member from Durham, Representative Kenney, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill regards individuals who participate in the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which are more commonly known as Section 8 vouchers. Under current law, landlords can refuse to rent to a voucher holder for no other reason other than the fact that they hold the voucher without knowing anything else about the tenant. Currently, here's the reality for many granite staters who either currently hold a voucher or are waiting for one. First, an individual may be on the wait list for up to 9 years because there are so few available. Then after receiving the voucher, they only have 60 to 90 days to secure housing or they lose the voucher. But here is the issue. After waiting several years to receive the voucher, they are put in this situation where landlords just continuously say no for that sole reason. They lose their voucher, they remain homeless, and our housing crisis worsens. So what does this bill do? Simply, this bill would not allow landlords to discriminate against prospective tenants for the sole purpose that they hold the voucher. In other words, it allows the tenant to just get their foot in the door. That's it. There is plenty precedent for such a bill, including every other New England state. This is because typically the holders of these vouchers are either elderly or disabled, and they're individuals who are the most vulnerable and should be offered protection. Despite what you might have heard, this does not force a landlord to accept any particular applicant over another just because they hold a voucher. Additionally, there are exceptions under this bill where landlords would not be impacted, including when the housing authority determines that the dwelling fails to meet the housing quality standards under HUD. Meaning, if the dwelling does not fit the standards required, the landlord is exempt, and they are not forced to comply with the regulations. Additionally, the bill excludes landlords whose rent is higher than the program allows. And to continue that sentence from the bill, and the rent charged for the dwelling unit is the same as the landlord charges tenants for a comparable unit in the same building or housing development. So there is no incentive to raise rent. Thus, the bill and the exceptions create a very fair and reasonable balance between protecting vulnerable granite staters by giving them a chance instead of their current impossible situations, and landlords who still remain fully in control of who they rent their property to. I urge my colleagues to support OTP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you know that, in fact, people who have such vouchers to rent have a longer longevity at a place than those without such vouchers, and therefore provide stability to landlords?
Yes, thank you.
The questions on the motion about to pass on House Bill 469. Representative Anastasio requests a roll call, which is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion about to pass on House Bill 469. Representative Wallace is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 469 would require landlords to accept Section 8 vouchers, and if I know that by doing so, compliance with 77 pages of federal regulations and a 12-page housing assistance program contract would be required, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the provision allowing a landlord to be excluded from the rental rate, the requirement to accept Section 8 vouchers due to the rental rate of a particular rental unit is higher than the rent allowed by the Section 8 program, could lead to rent increases in order to be excluded from the program, would I now press the red button to keep the free market free?
Representative DiLorenzo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that HUD encourages landlords to screen voucher holders the same as they would screen any other applicant, and that screening includes prior landlord references, credit checks, and criminal background checks, and income verifications for all adult members of the household. And if I know that a landlord is not obligated to rent to any applicant that fails to meet the landlord's tenant selection standards. Further, if I know that the landlord is not obligated to accept a HUD voucher amount lower than the HUD allowed fair market rent for the unit, then would I press the green button and vote OTP on HB 469? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion about to pass on House Bill 469. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. Opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Turner.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 165 in the affirmative, 206 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Sweeney moves expedient to legislate on House Bill 469. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 567, relative to notice of rent increases in certain residential property, comes to us without recommendation. Representative Munns moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0429H, printed in House Record 14 on page 39. The question's on the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The amendment fails. The question now is on the motion of ought to pass. The member from Windham, Representative Kotab, is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill requires that landlords provide at least 30 days written notice of any rental increase for non-restricted properties and 60 days for restricted properties. In the case of an increase which exceeds 15%, a written notice of 6 months would be required. The tenant could then terminate the lease with only 10 days' notice to the landlord. Further, regulations of the time and manner in which rent is raised will burden the property rights of landlords, cause landlords to raise the rents to offset the additional burdens imposed by this bill, and do nothing to solve the housing shortage in New Hampshire. Please vote no on OTP so that another motion can be made so that we can prevent this step towards instituting rent control on private property.
The member from Durham, Representative Horrigan, is recognized to speak in support of the motion. The House will be in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to speak against HB 567, and this is going to bill as introduced. One of the objections the previous member had was to something that actually would have been taken out by the amendment, but that I support the bill either way. So it's not a rent control bill, it's a rent transparency bill. And landlords can still raise tenants' rent, but they now can no longer do so without advance notice. Noticeably, it's 60 days advance notice. Some small landlords will only be required to give 30. And these deadlines, which I think are modest, will probably only increases of less than 15%. Increases of 15% or more would require 6 months' notice. And 15% is more than double the current rate of inflation, which, according to the most recent numbers, is 6.4%. And I know, so I know that something we did here during the hearings, frankly, is that this does prevent landlords from raising the rent to cover unanticipated expenses. Although the actual specific possibilities we were told about at the hearing were actually things that can be easily anticipated and planned for, just routine operating costs being higher than expected. The occupancy rate for rental housing is almost 100%. It literally rounds up to 100% from whatever 99 point whatever 6%, I think it is. They're twice what the average family could pay. Those prices are high for many reasons. I don't think it's because the law is too tough on the landlords, and I actually don't think it's also the rising cost of maintenance. So,
you hold up for a sec. If you guys want to have conversations, there's a really nice room out there for it. The member has a right to be heard.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And So I think we have the right to expect landlords, like any other business people, to manage their businesses properly in a way that's fair for their customers, the tenants, and also fair for themselves. Anyway, if this bill does pass, the landlord can still raise the rent by more than 50%. They just have to wait more than 6 months for the increase to take effect. And given the market the way it is, they can probably get it. So finally, we heard about the free market during the PI for the previous bill. Rental housing market in no way resembles the free market we all learned about in Econ 101. I assume probably most of us took some version of Econ 101. But it still can't function properly unless both sides of the transaction know what the price will be. So this bill simply provides price transparency. So I think so I urge you all to vote green and pass the bill as introduced. Thanks.
Another member from Durham, Representative Kelley, is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last time I'll be up here today, I promise. So HB 567 is a simple bill that requires tenants are given additional notice in certain situations when rent is being increased instead of the current law, which only provides 30 days in every situation. This bill increases the notice of an owner of a restricted residential property that they must give 60 days, but owners of unrestricted residential property would remain at the current 30-day notice. So in other words, this bill would only impact owners who are in the business of renting property, but not truly smaller landlords. Also, without the amendment, this bill requires 6 months' notice for rent increases that exceed 15% of rent in effect at the time of this notice. 15%, which is an egregious increase. This strikes a fair balance between ensuring landlords still have their right to raise rents while protecting tenants in reasonable situations and from unambiguously egregious increases. As we all know, we are experiencing a housing crisis in New Hampshire. This puts individuals in impossible situations where, without adequate notice of significant rent increases, they may realistically not be able to pay, not be able to find more income, and most certainly not find new housing, as it would nearly be impossible in such short timelines that are under current law. This is not rent control. This is a reasonable measure that gives Granite Staters more time to plan and budget instead of being stuck in impossible situations. I urge my colleagues to support the OTP motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does a member yield for a question? The member does not yield. The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 567. Representative Sanson-Estarza requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 567. This is a roll call vote. Representative Wallace is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 567 is an obvious step towards rent control, and if I further know that the bill requires owners of restricted properties to provide 60 days to 6 months notice of the owner's intent to raise the rent as a function of the percentage of the rent increase, and if I know that after issuance of the rent increase notice, the tenant needs only provide 10 days notice of intent to vacate and end the lease if the tenant so chooses. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that once again passage of this bill will likely lead to higher rents, would I now press the red button to keep rents low?
Representative DiLorenzo is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that tenants of owner-occupied or small properties deserve at least a 30-day notice of rent increase, and if I know that tenants of large properties deserve at least a 60-day notice of any rent increase that is more than 15% of the current rent, if I know that these notices allow the tenant time to find other housing if they feel they are unable or unwilling to pay the increased rent amount, then I would push the green button and vote ought to pass on HB 567. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 567. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 in the affirmative, 207 in the negative. The motion fails. We got to stop meeting like this.
We're going to start talking.
Representative Sweeney moves in expedient to legislate on House Bill 567. Are you ready for the question? All right, let's do a division. It's a division vote. Members, take your seats if you're not in them already. Oh, why? Who did that? This is a division vote. The question is on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 567. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stringham. Representative Marshall.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. In a shocking turn of events, 208 in the affirmative and 168 in the negative. The motion is adopted.
The House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 647 FN, Act relative to causes of action for individual rights. Having considered the same, report the same in the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Alexander from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Marjorie Smith from the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to lay this bill on the table.
Motion is in order. Division has been requested. The motion is to lay House Bill 647 on the table. Members take their seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 647 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Kelley, Kelley. Thank you. Representative Noel. Representative Jackson. Representative Carey.
While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 333 voting yea, 37 voting nay. I believe that the majority is to lay it on the table. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 51, an act relative to requiring towns and school districts to use warrant articles for lobbying agents. And consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Magliori for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. From Josh O'Keller, the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Bohm. The House will be in order. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, fellow representatives. I forgot that this bill was mine and I wasn't going to speak, but somebody else gave it to me. Anyway, while the voters of a district elect the Board of Selectmen, school board, etc., the interests of the voters are not identical to those of the board. Using tax money taken from someone to lobby for something that the citizens may strongly disagree with is the sort of activity that the courts have found to be compelled speech. It is wrong. This bill just requires that the voters in the town, school district, etc., vote to approve the spending of local tax money on lobbying. Restricting the use of state money for lobbying is under RSA 15:5. State money cannot be used for lobbying, obviously. Currently, no recipient of a grant or appropriation of state funds may use those funds to lobby the legislature. This bill allows local tax money to be spent on lobbying if approved by the voters. This is the least that should be done to protect the people from lobbying for issues that they may disagree with. And then the NHMA and New Hampshire School Board Association spend a lot of time here in the House lobbying a lot of times for stuff that is against the voters, but for the people that pay their salaries, the selectmen and school board. This bill needs a warrant article so the voters know that they are spending local money for lobbying. So please join me in pushing the red button so a correct motion may be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Magliore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, as we just heard, this bill would amend RSA 15:5 to require towns and school districts to use a warrant article for the approval of each and every lobbying agent that might assist the town in understanding the impacts of legislation. Requiring a warrant article for each agency that lobbies for and/or against legislation is absolutely impractical and would severely impede the ability of local officials and legislators to effectively manage the prudential affairs of their communities. And therefore, I urge you to support the strong bipartisan vote of ITL by pressing the green button. Supporters of this bill argue it is needed to ensure transparency about the costs of lobbying efforts and to ensure that voters have a say into whether they want lobbying efforts at all. But this transparency already exists. Organizations that lobby already register and file quarterly financial reports with the New Hampshire Secretary of State, and these are readily available in multiple forms on the Secretary of State's website. RSA 3217 also requires that a line item detailed budget be provided to the Budget Committee for consideration, and this would include any dues to any member organizations proposed in the operating budget. Appropriations can also be contained in separate warrant articles, either by the governing body or by a petition warrant article. All this information is readily available to the public and the voters. The legislative body can then amend or zero out line items for such items through the annual meeting process or vote these warrant articles down outright. Therefore, voters already have the information as well as the power to make decisions on membership to these organizations. That means this bill is not really about transparency. It's about state government micromanaging the authority of local voters and officials. Much of the discussion in committee was focused on the training, education, advocacy, support, and lobbying efforts provided by the New Hampshire Municipal Association, an organization well known throughout Concord. We all know that our town's operations would not be as efficient or cost-effective without membership to the NHMA. There is no other means to get the comprehensive service and support for local officials that NHMA provides. But we should not forget that there are many other membership groups, like the Town Clerks Association, the Tax Collectors Association, the New Hampshire Planners Association, and many, many, many more, which provide training, education, and advocacy that would be adversely affected by this legislation. These groups are incredibly helpful for small towns with limited funding that might not be aware of pending legislation, and that could have consequential effects. And how beneficial are the member organizations that assist legislators, towns and city officials, and municipal department employees? Here are some comments from the municipal and county executive session on this issue. What's wrong with lobbying? It's not a four-letter word. If lobbying means getting information that I need, then it's useful information. As a public official, I need that information. Our local school board chair was a member of the School Board Association. I really don't know how you can delineate discussions of those members who sit on those boards from what is educational versus what is lobbying. Now, I'm a select board member, and there's hardly a meeting goes by when someone doesn't say that we should get input from an HMA. I don't feel that an HMA is lobbying at all. I can go tell them to jump off a cliff. I have seen how an HMA has represented themselves as providers of information, and it is not lobbying. For these reasons, colleagues, I urge you to support the overwhelming bipartisan ITL vote of 15-5 by pressing the green button. Thank you.
Representative Sana Natasto has requested a roll call vote. It is sufficiently seconded. Members take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 51. House will be in order. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Alicia Lekas for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that many associations are able to separate their fees relating to information and training from those relating to lobbying, and if I know that these lobbying organizations work for the best interest of their members, but not necessarily that of the taxpayers, and finally, if I know that using tax money taken from someone to lobby from something that person may strongly disagree with is the sort of activity the courts have found to be compelled speech and is wrong, would I then press the red button so another motion may be made? Thank you.
Chair recognizes President Stavas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee rejected this bill in a 15-5 bipartisan vote, and if I believe that it's important for us as legislators to understand how local government works and to understand the concerns of local officials, and if I know that organizations like the New Hampshire Municipal Association provide valuable information to us, even if I don't always like that information, and if I believe that local voters should be allowed to decide how they want to spend their tax dollars without interference from the state, would I then press the green button to accept the committee report? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 51. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Toll.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 224 voting yea, 148 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 90 relative to a municipal planning master plan. This comes to us without recommendation. Representative Stavis moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 90 would add 2 new sections to an already extensive list of suggested items that might be considered by those charged with developing master plans. So first of all, let's look at what the current RSA contains, and that is a couple of paragraphs. The first one that begins with the words "shall include" and gives a brief accounting of a few items that must be part of the master plan. The second paragraph begins with the words "may include" and then continues to list, as of now, 18 items that are suggestions for considerations. The words "may include" are important in this instance because it indicates they are merely suggestive rather than a list of restrictive limitations to be considered. One of the 2 new items this legislation aims to include reads, "A transition to renewable energy section which includes an analysis of citizens' needs for alternative sources of energy, such as EV charging stations, enhanced bike lanes, community power generation, and incorporation of solar and wind power into the area under jurisdiction." Many of us that are opposed to this motion believe that it's simply not needed. In fact, instead of a never-ending and growing list of suggestions, as a lot of these bills tend to do, or RSAs tend to do, this entire RSA section could be reduced to a single paragraph in the future, one that gives those responsible for the master plan the ability to consider any relevant topic, thereby eliminated all the other suggestions in the current RSA. I ask you to oppose the OTP motion so another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has changed since most New Hampshire towns and cities developed what are now their current master plans. Many municipalities are probably gearing up to beginning a new planning process. Master plans don't dictate anything. They don't have official standing as legal documents, but they do provide an essential conceptual framework for towns to envision their long-term needs. HB 90 comes at an important moment, a moment when those master planning processes just getting underway must adapt to dramatic change while preserving the essential characteristics of the towns and cities they serve. Adding the chapters that HB 90 proposes will help towns address changes in housing needs, energy use and distribution, new modes of transportation, and a host of other factors that we can't even yet anticipate. You've heard that this bill makes unnecessary additions, that perhaps a dozen years ago it was quite comprehensive, but that was a dozen years ago. HB 90 gives towns guideposts in planning for a future that looks very different than it is now, and one they need to begin anticipating today. Colleagues, at their best, master plans provide a connection between buildings, social settings, the environment, and the people who live in those settings. They are not and should not be immune to change, and in fact, one of their most important roles is to guide that change in ways that are consistent with how people want their towns to look and feel. The language proposed in HB 90 gives planners more flexibility than they've had in the past. flexibility to adapt to a changing environment. But HB 90 also retains the master plan's most important function, to guide towns and cities in becoming places that people love, places that can adapt to change while preserving the things we all cherish. So while it's not only a guidepost, a blueprint, if you will, and it doesn't dictate any particular form of land use regulation, HB 90 proposes that planners do what planners do best: plan for the future while preserving the history, values, and environments that make New Hampshire the place we love so much. I hope you will support this bill not for what it will do right away or even tomorrow, but for how it will help our towns and cities adapt over time to changing conditions without sacrificing the qualities that make them so distinctive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tasto has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 90. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the current 16 suggestions contained in the Land Use Master Plan RSA are just that, a laundry list of suggestions, and if I also know that adding a new suggestion such as those proposed are totally unneeded, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that those responsible for master plans can already consider everything in the current RSAs, as well as the proposed new legislation, negating the need for this legislation, would I now press the red button so another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Howland for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that House Bill 90 aids municipalities in developing, evaluating, and revising their master plans, and if I know that the 9 regional planning commissions are releasing detailed housing assessments, and if I know this will inspire many communities to reevaluate and examine their master plans, would I push the green button and help them in that process?
Motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 90. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 176 voting yea, 193 voting nay. The ought to pass motion fails. For what reason the member rise?
Motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
Motion inexpedient to legislate.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I make a motion to table HB 90.
The motion.
No, wait.
It's in order. The motion is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 90. A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Chair recognizes Representative Stavas for The motion before us is to table House Bill 70. Chair recognizes Representative Stavas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill would have helped planners plan far in advance for things that they may not be able to anticipate now, and if I know that master plans are essential in guiding the process and keeping towns the way we love and cherish them, will I now press the green button to approve the tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know there's another motion more appropriate that needs to be made, would I now press the red button on the tabling motion?
The motion before us is to table House Bill 90. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will tend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 192 voting nay. The motion to table fails. We're back to the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 192 to 179. Majority in the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill. The House will be in order. It's referred House Bill 154, an act relative to the adoption of public health ordinances by municipalities. Consider the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Diane Power for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Jim Magliore for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Gilman.
I have a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I rise today in opposition to the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 154. To be clear, the bill applies to all our towns, not our cities. Town public health officers are appointed by the Department of Health and Human Services. They are not elected officials. The Select Board, which is an elected body, recommends someone to DHHS, who then decides if the person meets their standards and qualifications, and if so, the person is appointed to serve the town. Public health officers in towns do not act alone. They cannot pronounce regulations or ordinances as edicts regarding public health concerns. Under the current RSA 147:1, any regulation a town's health officer recommends must be approved and adopted by the town's select board. RSA 128:3 provides that the health officer and with the select board constitute the local board of health, and they shall meet as frequently as needed to review the state of local public health issues. These meetings are where regulatory ideas are tossed around, not adopted. These meetings are noticed and open to the public. RSA 41:14-B, titled The Adoption of Amendments of Town Codes and Ordinances, says that in towns with 10,000 or more inhabitants, the Select Board shall have the authority to establish and amend town ordinances after they hold 2 public meetings at least 10 days apart, not more than 21 days apart. Provided, however, upon written petition of 50 registered voters presented to the Select Board prior to their vote, the proposed town ordinance shall be inserted on an article for town meeting. So legislative bodies in large towns are already protected and giving the opportunity to vote as a body to pass a new ordinance. If this bill is intended to address concerns in smaller towns, then it should say so. And remember, at this time, the health officer is not elected and cannot act alone. Another flaw with this bill is the use of the word special meeting. Under RSA 39:4, special meetings, the selectmen, when calling a special town meeting, shall, within 1 week after posting the warrant, cause a copy of the said warrant to be published in a newspaper of general circulation in said town within 1 week. So if there is an emergent public health issue that causes the health officer to recommend a regulation and the select board agrees, when would it be voted on? Acting in good faith, a select board may post a warrant for a special meeting with the exact language of the ordinance within hours of making the decision to have a special town meeting. The date of that special meeting has to be after the warrant is advertised in a newspaper. This may just be a couple days, but it's certainly not the 24 hours as represented in the majority report. Plus, SB2 towns have to have 2 meetings, so that will be even longer. If the purpose of this bill is to ensure the legislative body has a direct vote on a proposed public health regulation, the 24-hour notice will depress the turnout of those voters that are trying to be protected. And then let's talk about the logistics and costs. If a special town meeting is called for, in SB2 towns, taxpayers will foot the bill for the unexpected costs of setting up the polling place, paying poll workers, supervisors of the checklist, and printing ballots and having 2 meetings. Small towns with a traditional town meeting can move more swiftly, but will still need to meet all the same legal requirements of an annual town meeting. Town regulations are a collaborative endeavor. In this case, the legislative body elects the governing body. The governing body recommends a public health officer to the Department of Health and Human Services. DHHS appoints the officer. The officer answers to the governing body, who in turn answer to the legislative body. The changes proposed by this bill are unnecessary to protect a town's public health. And for these reasons, I ask you to vote no on the motion of ought to pass so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 154. This bill requires that any new health ordinances made by a town health officer must be approved by a majority vote of the legislative body instead of by the governing body for the ordinance to take effect. We heard in committee that this bill is dangerous and that it would create public health hazards. To be clear, such claims are not based on fact and are misleading. The facts are as follows. First, this bill does not change the statutory powers and duties of town health officers. For example, Under RSA 128, a town health officer shall enforce public health laws and rules. They shall conduct sanitary investigations as required by the Department of Health and Human Services, and they may investigate and, if necessary, take action to prevent further pollution of any aquifer or body of water. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Under RSA 141, regarding the duties of a town health officer shall assist DHHS and shall enforce all rules and orders issued by the Commissioner relative to isolation and quarantine of people in the town. The town health officer shall enforce all orders issued by the Governor in the event of a public health emergency, and they may assist the Commissioner in investigations. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Under RSA 147, regarding health nuisances, a town health officer shall investigate all nuisances and other causes of danger to the public health present in any building, vessel, or enclosure, and they may make regulations as necessary to ensure the safety and adequacy of septic systems in accordance with RSA 147:1. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Under RSA 48A, regarding rental housing standards, a town health officer shall enforce minimum housing standards for rental properties if they've been designated as a minimum housing standards officer by the governing body. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Under RSA 170, regarding child care and foster adoptive home inspections, a town health officer may inspect facilities used for child care in the homes of foster adoptive parents to ensure local health codes are met. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Under RSA 200, regarding school health and sanitation inspections, a town health officer may inspect public and private school facilities to certify that they meet the New Hampshire Department of Education standards. This bill does not change these authorities of a town health officer. Second, this bill doesn't change the statutory powers of state government and state agencies to provide timely emergency responses. For example, under RSA 40:45, the governor may declare a state of emergency and issue emergency orders. A town health officer does not make ordinances addressing these issues. The New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services issues drinking water advisories, such as boil water orders and do not drink orders. DES also issues air quality action days when air pollutants are at an unhealthy level for sensitive persons, and also public beach advisories when contaminant counts exceed state standards. A town health officer does not make ordinances addressing these issues. The New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for public health and is assisted by town health officers. Town health officers provide current information about the occurrence, transmission, and prevention of communicable diseases in their towns. A town health officer does not make ordinances addressing these issues. Finally, what this bill does change is the approval authority for any new health ordinance from the governing body to the legislative body. The timeliness of approval is virtually the same. Such approval by the legislative body can happen very quickly if needed, since a special meeting can be noticed by the select board and held within 24 hours under 190A. Notably, until the recent pandemic, RSA 147:1 had not been previously used by towns. During the pandemic, select boards in these particular towns that used this statute held public meetings and allowed public input regarding new health ordinances. In conclusion, This bill does not affect the powers and duties of a town health officer, and this bill does not affect the ability of state government, state agencies, and local emergency responders to deal with an emergency. Therefore, this bill does not create any public health hazards. This bill gives the legislative body in a town the authority to adopt any new health ordinances, which is the same authority given to voters in adopting other local ordinances. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass by voting yes on House Bill 154. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I wish to table HB 154.
That is a proper motion. A division has been called. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 154. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Stoppers for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill extends the very long arm of Concord into our very local health issues, and if I know that that is the very definition of overreach, would I not press the green button to support the tabling motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that it is important that this body votes on this bill in the committee recommendation today and not table it, would I now vote no to oppose the tabling motion and push the red button?
The motion before us is a tabling motion for House Bill 154. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Davis.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 180 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the original motion of ought to pass on House Bill 154. Representative Sana Notasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 154. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Terrell for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while since I've been here. Y'all look great. Do me one favor. Deep breath in, out through your mouth. Keep doing that all day. If I know that this bill will be costly and time-consuming to towns, and if I know that this bill has checks and balances between the public health officer in charge, the Department of Health and Human Services, the local town, and ordinances already in place, and if I know that whenever work needs to be done, these folks will be able to talk to one another, wouldn't I then join me in voting no, pressing the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does not affect the powers and duties of a town health officer or the ability of the state government, state agencies, or local emergency responders to respond to an emergency in a timely manner, and if I know that this bill simply gives the legislative body in a town the authority to adopt any new local health ordinances, would I now vote yes to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass on House Bill 154. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 192 voting yea, 180 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move reconsideration and urge the body to vote no.
There's a motion for reconsideration on House Bill 154. This will be a division vote. A division has been requested. Members, be in your seats. The motion before us is a reconsideration motion on House Bill 154. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 177 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The motion to reconsider fails. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 177, Act relative to the definition of qualified structures under the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Josh O'Connor for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Laurie Stavas for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Stavas.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to expand RSA 79E, the statute that provides a tax relief incentive to those who bring dilapidated buildings and the communities around them back to life. 79E has restored economic vitality to many New Hampshire communities while protecting environments that are important to their histories and traditions. But the law, as it currently stands, applies only to structures. HB 177 seeks to improve the statute by extending its benefits to properties as well. Why might this be important? It's important because it's not always just a structure that needs to be restored. Most of the time, those structures sit on neglected, litter-covered lots that we all avoid but are incredibly valuable in knitting together our town and city centers. Stabilizing these lots will bring added benefit, more opportunity for economic activity, and provide a greater incentive to developers who seek to revitalize neighborhoods. 79E is one of New Hampshire's...
The member will suspend. If you need to have a conversation, please take it in the back room. There's members that are having a hard time hearing, so please, the member has a right to be heard. Take your conversations in the back room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 79E is one of New Hampshire's great legislative success stories. It's brought neglected buildings back to life, infusing new vitality into towns across our state. Adopting HB 177 will expand on that success, provide badly needed relief to those who take on the risk of rehabilitating blighted properties. I urge you to overturn the ITL recommendation on this bill so that another motion may be made. We should do all we can to support initiatives that preserve our collective history while bringing new life to communities. We should reward those who invest in revitalizing those communities by allowing them access to the tax relief HB 177 offers, and we should build on the current statute's successes and extend those to properties that can bring economic and cultural revitalization to our town and city centers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 177 would make changes to what is called the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive Program. The first change would allow land now to be given the same tax relief that is currently given to structures only. The second change, which is kind of important, would allow for the extension of the geographic area from current downtown and city centers to any other area of the municipality. Legislation creates several problems. The first one, when you hear the words incentives and tax relief, it should raise a few red flags and probably the hairs on the back of your neck. The first decision to give is it allows the discretion of a few officials to grant these incentives and tax relief. Secondly, these same individuals determine who gets the tax relief and for how long. This is a subjective determination, and it's ripe for special interest and favoritism. Next, and the most important, as with any of these type of programs, the tax burden is shifted from most taxpayers, who will see their taxes go up, while tax relief is given to a select few. Lastly, to enact the original tax relief program that's contained in the RSA, it required the taxpayer's approval through a warrant article or by a recorded vote of the municipality's legislative body. Adding this provision would bypass that approval process and automatically convey this subjective authority to the municipal officials. The legislation is ill-advised for all the previous reasons, and I ask that you concur with the majority report by voting this HB 177 inexpedient to legislate. And I also request a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Turcott has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The House will come to order. The motion before us is a majority committee report of inexpedient. The House will be in order. Members, take your seats. This is a roll call vote. The motion before us is a majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 177. Members must be in your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Priest for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, infill development is, in its simplest form, is the development or redevelopment of land that has been bypassed, remained vacant, or is underutilized as a result of the continuing development process. If I know that infill development may play a critical role in providing affordable housing, which will reinforce the downtowns of cities and town centers and offer an alternative to urban sprawl. And if I know that HB 177 expands the RSA 79-E, the Community Revitalization Tax Relief Incentive, by replacing the term qualifying structure with qualifying property, so that land in the zones adopted by the municipalities are eligible for tax exemption under the statute would also qualify. Would I now press the red button to oppose the ITL of HB 177 so that we can offer another alternative which would provide cities and towns. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Len Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this legislation would transfer the property tax burden to many for the benefit of a few, and if I also know that, unlike the original program in the RSAs, this new carve-out would bypass the warrant article or public body approval process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that giving further subjective authority for tax relief for land as well as structures beyond the city center and historic districts is well beyond the original intent of the act itself. Would I now press the green button and find this legislation inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 177. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. Opposed, will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McMahon. Representative Juliet Smith. Representative Juliet Smith. I need a thumb up or a thumb down. The sign doesn't help me see her. Thank you.
If all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The next two bills are going to be roll call votes. If everybody can stay in their seat, this will move along a lot quicker. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 467 FN, an act relative to public playground accessibility, having considered the same, report the same, with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Priest for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Diane Power for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, members. I rise in support of House Bill 467. This is the bill, if you've all read it, it addresses playground facilities, and specifically, for the language to be interpreted correctly, it is for facilities to be built after January 1st of 2024. So it's not an obligation prior, it's for those who are planning for these types of entities going forward. The reason I'm for this, I do have a history of doing it myself in my town of Windham, and it's providing access for handicapped individuals for all ages. I know when it's a playground, it's not just the activity for young people, it's also for what I call aggressively mature adults, our elders, who many times accompany family members for accessibility and getting them out of the home and with their friends, and to be able to get to a place without a difficult challenge before them. Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act since 1990 has precipitated an opportunity for this to take place and for us to plan to provide this access. And it's to promote cooperative collaboration and a constructive participation with family members and those of those family members that have handicaps. And with that being said, it's reasonable modifications. And the big issue that we have with playgrounds and also public facilities for active and passive recreation is many times they're using soft materials, for walking. And in this case, the designs to allow for wheelchairs, crutches, walkers, is a solid material. And some of the commentary, just in closing, is that this is not restricted to rubber mats. It's also for strong materials with minimum maintenance, and that can be cement, tiles, etc., as so chosen by the developer within the town in meeting this challenge. So with that being said, and in the interest of inclusion for those who do not have the physical mobility that all of us, that the majority of us here have, and they have accessibility to town facilities, I'm asking for your support for House Bill 467. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 467. This bill requires that all public playgrounds constructed on or after January 1st, 2024 have rubber pathways to and from the playground, as well as to each piece of playground equipment. The minority of the committee concluded that this bill is inexpedient to legislate for a number of reasons. First, to be clear, the issue at hand is not about denial of civil rights. Instead, it is about putting into state law a specific material constraint for playground design, which is currently addressed at the federal level. Presently, under federal law, any renovated or newly designed and constructed playground must comply with the 2010 Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA standards for accessible design. According to ADA, in addition to providing a range of play experiences to individuals of varying abilities, an accessible playground must have an accessible path from the edge of the play area to each piece of equipment. Constructed from surfacing that is compliant with the American Society for Testing and Materials, standard ASTM 1951. This standard specifies appropriate materials for surfacing pathways under and around playground equipment that meet ADA's accessibility requirements. Second, by specifying a single type of surfacing material, this bill has a number of unintended consequences. By prohibiting the use of other appropriate materials compliant with ADA's ASTM 1951 standards, this bill unnecessarily limits design flexibility based on existing site conditions, increasing the cost of the project at taxpayers' expense. As a result, this bill may discourage the construction of new playgrounds in the state. This bill also forces towns to purchase imported rubber products, despite the fact that better domestic products may be available. Furthermore, this bill does nothing to address existing playgrounds. Third, and of further concern, is the safety issue with regards to the use of rubber products on playgrounds. Numerous ongoing safety studies may result in future federal regulations requiring the replacement of rubber surfacing on playgrounds. This would result in further added expense to taxpayers. In addition to the adverse health and safety concerns, is the negative environmental impacts of using rubber surfacing on playgrounds, which also needs to be considered. In conclusion, this bill is not needed since playground accessibility is already required under federal law. This bill clearly presents a number of negative unintended consequences, and most importantly, this bill constitutes an unfunded state mandate on schools, on towns and schools, in violation of the New Hampshire Constitution, Part 1st, Article 28A. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to oppose the motion ought to pass by voting no on House Bill 467. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak for the motion to ought to pass HB 467. In New Hampshire, children with disabilities and their families constantly experience barriers to enjoying their basic human rights and inclusion in society. Their abilities are overlooked, their capacities are underestimated, and their needs are given low priority. Yet, the barriers they face are more frequent as the result of the environment in which they live, as the result of their impairment. These barriers in public buildings, transportation, and recreation facilities continue to be a problem. This bill seeks to amend RSA 155 by adding a new section requiring any public playground in the use on or after January 1st, 2024 to have an accessible pathways made of resilient rubber or compositive surfacing or similar solid surface material. This bill would complement the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act standards. The majority voted of the community believes that improving accessibility will make public playgrounds and parks in New Hampshire more inclusive and welcoming to all children and caregivers, especially those with disabilities. In addition, adding pathways made by these materials would relieve towns of the need to level or replace the less accessible materials periodically and would save money over time. The vote was 10-1. If my fellow representatives believe, as I do, in the New Hampshire Constitution, Article 1, that all men are born equally free, and that includes children with disabilities, then I would press the green button and support HB 467. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Sananatasto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passed on House Bill 467. House will be in order. This will be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is unnecessary since federal law already requires that any renovated or newly constructed and designed playground must comply with the 2010 American with Disabilities Act standards for accessible design, and if I know that this bill violates Part 1st, Article 28A of our New Hampshire Constitution as an unfunded mandate, would I now vote no to oppose the committee recommendation of ought to pass and push the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Gilman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the typical playground surface in New Hampshire is wood chips that do not maintain a smooth, traversable surface, and if I know that devices made to assist people with disabilities and able-bodied individuals, devices such as wheelchairs, canes, walkers, strollers, they do not operate well or at all over wood chips, and if I know that equal access to fresh air, exercise, play, and socialization are part of a person's healthy growth life, whether they need assistance or are giving assistance or just having fun, would I then press the green button and vote HB 467 as ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 467. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 193 voting yea, 180 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason the member rise?
having voted on the prevailing side, I would like to move reconsideration and urge my colleagues to vote no.
The member moves reconsideration on 467. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 467. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McCarter. Representative McCarter.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 196 voting nay. The reconsider motion fails. Majority Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred, House Bill 477, an act to prohibit municipal inspections of owner-occupied units of multi-unit housing. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Priest for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joshua Kelley for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you. In the infamous words, I will be brief. Many of you may not know that cities and towns have the ability to pass what are called certificate of compliance for rental properties. What this is a function where the municipality can come in and inspect rental properties to make sure that people aren't like slumlords and stuff like that. Don't have a huge problem with that, quietly kind of on board with that. But what is kind of shocking is that the law can be read that they can actually inspect any property on the possibility that you could rent it. And I know this because it happened to me. So I own a duplex in the city of Manchester. I rent one side, I live in the other. I had to get my COC renewed. We scheduled it. They came out and inspected my tenant's property, no problems. They could say, all right, now we have to do yours. And I said, well, why do you have to do mine? I'm not renting it. I live in it. They said, oh, well, you could rent it. And I said, well, you could say that about any piece of property. And they said, well, I guess you could. So I said, that's a problem. So I brought forward this piece of legislation. It's limited to 4 units or less because 4 unit or less properties are treated more similar to single-family homes. And I don't believe anybody testified against it, maybe one person. It's pretty simple. Not opposed to the inspection of the rental property, am opposed if it's owner occupied. If the owner moves out and wants to rent it, they have to get it inspected. But if they're living in it, it is your home. The government has no right to come in there and just arbitrarily inspect it. You can make arguments about inspection, about sheds, about anything. If it's a safety argument, somebody raised that in committee, which was, well, what if something's rewired? And it's like, well, what if a single family home is rewired? You need a permit. That doesn't apply here. Any permitted work still has to be inspected. So this is about routine inspections of owner-occupied units only. So I would ask that you would please consider it and pass it.
Does the member yield to questions? The member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Howland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. RSA 155A:7, Roman numeral 3, allows municipalities to inspect units to ensure that they comply with local building codes. The rationale for this is obvious. It's public safety. One of the major concerns that municipalities have is multifamily units, and that's due to the density as well as the turnover that can occur. And as a result, many communities have instituted regular inspection programs. This bill seeks to carve out an exception in, as was mentioned, a 4-unit or less unit in which the owner-occupied unit could not be inspected. This, of course, presents a problem because it's a quarter of the building at the very least, and it hinders the ability of the building code inspector to assess the overall safety of the building. As a result, it puts the safety of both the tenant and the owner at risk. This is why the majority of the committee recommended that this bill be voted inexpedient to legislate, and I would hope that the House follows the recommendation of the committee and pushes the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 477. Senator San Antosto has requested a roll call. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 477. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Berry for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that safety arguments can be made about any building, anywhere, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that a man's home is his castle, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that buildings with 4 units or less are treated more like single-family homes, would I now vote red to stand up for personal property rights and to keep the government out of your house?
Chair recognizes Representative Stavis for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that bad things can happen in 4 units or less, and if I know that those free market cash real estate offers that were referenced in a previous bill could happen at any moment, turning any owner-occupied unit into a rental instantly, and if I know that even if I live in one of the units, I'd really want to know that everything was okay and safe, would I not press the red button? So sorry, the green button.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of any speech to legislate on House Bill 477. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 179 voting yea, 191 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move ought to pass.
The motion before us now is ought to pass on House Bill 477. A division has been requested. Is everybody still in their seats? The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 477. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend the state of the vote. 194 voting yea, 179 voting nay. Minority Committee report of ought to pass is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 485, an act establishing deputy animal control officers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Josh O'Connor from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Majapudi, the minority of the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion to table.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 485. A division has been requested.
Yes, I'd like a PI.
Wait till people come back in. We'll recognize you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 485. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Bixby for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that animal neglect and cruelty cases can be very challenging for local police forces, and if I know that the county sheriff's departments could potentially provide knowledgeable assistance, but if I know that the method presented in HB 485 is not workable, would I vote green on the tabling motion to allow a better bill to be filed next year? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 485. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. Members need to be in their seats. (293) voting yea, 73 voting nay. The tabling motion passes. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 92, requiring the adoption of innovative vehicle emission standards pursuant to Section 177 of the Federal Clean Air Act. This came to us without recommendation. Representative McWilliams moves ought to pass and offers amendment 0747H in your seat pockets. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas. Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment actually changes the basic bill into a study commission, which we don't need. We've heard this before in our committee a few years back. It's the same thing. But this amendment focuses on three things for a study commission. One is to study the effects of California emissions section 177 of the Clean Air Act. We know what that section does. We don't have to study that. We know, for instance, that it's going to ban.
The member will suspend. It is getting extremely loud in here. The member has a right to be heard. If you need to have a conversation, take it out into the anteroom. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know what this Section 177 does. For instance, it bans combustion engines after the year 235. But that's one of the requirements of this amendment is to study that. So, and I'll tell you why we don't need to study that. Because we already know what's going on. We've had multiple studies going on EVs, charging stations, infrastructure. Just to give you an example, there's a bill right now, HB 111, that's establishing a committee to study electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. SB 52 just cleared committee this year to study, to create a study committee looking at EV charging infrastructure deployment. A few years ago, we had SB 517, which we're studying EV charging infrastructure. We have the New Hampshire Transportation Council was established in 2018, encouraging new technology for transportation and investment opportunities for things such as EVs. We have the New Hampshire Department of Transportation that has the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Investment Plan for August 2022, covers EV charging infrastructure. We have the NH Department of Environmental Services that oversees the Volkswagen Mitigation Trust, again for EV charging stations and infrastructures. And finally, if you go to the federal website, Alternate Fuels Data Center Electricity Laws and Incentives in New Hampshire also has a wealth of information for charging station infrastructure and how it could be applied. We don't need a commission, another one, to study this again. And just as an antidote, another requirement on this amendment would require us to study the automobile, what do you call it? The automobile supply chain issue. Well, I don't know what the state can do about the automobile supply chain issue. I spoke to the New Hampshire Automobile Association. They said that's a national problem. We all know it's a national problem. To study that for the state, to me, would not be worth anything. So I could go on, but basically, we don't need this amendment. It's for one thing, it's not ready. It's redundant. We have a lot of studies out there already to provide the same information. Please, we don't need this amendment. Press the red button to put this amendment down. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage you all to take a look in your pockets in front of your seats for floor amendment to HB 92. This is a really short amendment because it's a study commission. And this is a really important amendment because it was requested by the Automotive Dealers Association, which is a nonpartisan group that is looking to figure out how is New Hampshire going to address our transition to hydrogen and electric vehicles, because it's coming. And so that's really the intent of this amendment, is to create a commission and look at that and figure out what the best strategy is for our state and what is the right thing to do for us and for our businesses. And so therefore, I would ask you to vote green and yes, support the amendment so that we can study this and come up with a plan. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division.
A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Who yelled for a roll call? Since Simon asked for a roll call, is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is Amendment 0747H. In your seat pockets. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the New Hampshire Automobile Association did not request this amendment, but merely said that they wouldn't oppose it, and if I further know that there are multiple studies out there already studying EV infrastructure and charging stations and everything else. And this amendment kind of assumes what's going to happen in the future, but we really don't know. So with all these studies out there, Mr. Speaker, if I believe all of this, then would I not press the red button and put this amendment down? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that internal combustion engines account for approximately 1/2 of the emissions of air pollutants that cause the formation of ground zone ozone and 1/3 of the state's greenhouse gas emissions, causing significant environmental and health-related issues. And if I know that the free market has already spoken and every major automobile manufacturer in the world has announced that it is transitioning from the production of internal combustion to low or zero emission vehicles within the next 7 to 20 years. And if I know that New Hampshire is lagging behind other states in preparing for this transition, and if I know that absent a plan to do so, individual granite staters and businesses in New Hampshire will be significantly disadvantaged, would I now press the green button to vote in favor of this amendment to create a commission to study the adoption of innovative vehicle emission standards and electric vehicles? Thank you.
The motion before us is on the amendment 0747H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 171 voting yea, 194 voting nay. The amendment fails. We're back to ought to pass.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion to table, and I'd like a division.
Tabling motion is in order. Members will take their seats. Somebody, I believe, yelled for a division. Oh, I'm sorry. This will be a division vote. Yeah. The motion before us is to table House Bill 92. This is going to be a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that tabling would allow for a consideration of a topic like this in the future date, and if I know that all of New Hampshire's neighbors already have these standards adopted, and it probably would be good to at least figure out how the vast majority of the automobile market surrounding the state of New Hampshire, and which often comes over our border, interacts with these standards and ours. And if I know that we could consider that in the future, would I now support the tabling motion on HB 92?
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that tabling would allow consideration of this topic at a future date, would I now vote no so that another motion may be adopted? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 92. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 175 voting yea, 195 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back now to ought to pass on House Bill 92. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you thought this amendment was bad, the basic bill is worse. If this bill passes, it puts New Hampshire on track to adopt the California emission standards for EVs, Section 177 of the Clean Air Act. It puts us in line with California, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, and several other states of those calibers, if you know what I mean.
The House will be in order.
And this bill would forever tie us to any amendments that would come out of that bill forever, because it's like taking a poison pill. I don't think New Hampshire wants that. There's a reason why people have been moving to New Hampshire from those states. I don't think they want us to become like them. It also creates this, and if we adopt this, it creates hefty fines for manufacturers if they don't meet emission standards, and it also creates a fine if the manufacturers do not meet their quotas for getting EVs into the state. I don't think we want that either. It also prohibits, like you heard before, it prohibits any new sales of combustion-powered vehicles starting in 2035. Fellow legislators, this is a direct attack on the free market and freedom of choice. Because, after all, I have nothing against EV cars. If you want to buy one, they're good. They're good for what people want to buy them for, as long as they know. If you want one, it should be your choice, but the government should not be mandating what you buy. So, you know, that is the basic reason why this bill is bad. We want to be able to have people have their choice. Free market is at risk here. Good government mandates are not the way of New Hampshire. So please vote red on ought to pass on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 92, as originally drafted, incorporated pieces of the California Air Board Standard, CARB, and New Hampshire is not California. And so, after much debate and discussion, we determined that it made sense to have an amendment. Unfortunately, this floor has already spoken an opinion on the amendment, and so I would ask that you agree and vote ITL on the underlying bill. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 92. Representative Sana Natasto has asked for a roll call vote. It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members must be in their seats. Members must be in their seats. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 92. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes representative votes for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our esteemed colleague from Concord just suggested that ITL is the proper motion for this bill, would I press the red button on the OTP motion so that we can move to the ITL motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns. Waving off. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 92. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to state of the vote. 40 voting yea, 331 voting nay. The motion fails. Representative Vos moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The ayes have it. The House will be in order. We are at 7 bills left. If everybody will stay in their seats, we can get through this a lot quicker. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 161, relative to customer generators of electricity as group hosts under net metering, comes without recommendation. Representative Reynolds moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Brzezinski for Brezhnev, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, simply put, group host net metering is when a large customer generator produces electricity for the benefit of its group members and uses net metering as the accounting mechanism. This bill expands net metering by allowing a customer to net meter their own excess production and then to also participate in group host net metering. So what is wrong with expanding net metering? A report commissioned by the Public Utilities Commission and published last October found that net metering does cause cost shifting, whereby regular electric customers end up subsidizing the practice of net metering by a small number of other customers. For that reason, this legislature has been very careful and deliberate in expanding net metering over the years. Furthermore, 2 bills we passed last year, HB 1599 and SB 261, require the Public Utilities Commission to take up the issue of cost shifting. The PUC has taken up this issue in docket 22060. If we know that cost shifting is occurring, if the PUC published a study showing that cost shifting is occurring, and if last year we passed 2 bills directing the PUC to address this issue, then it makes sense to allow the PUC to do what we've asked them to do before making further changes to net metering. I urge you to vote red against the OTP motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And good evening, esteemed colleagues. I'm Ned Reynolds. I represent Wards 2, 3, and 4 of Portsmouth. I'm making my first floor speech. I'm very excited in the coveted after 5 p.m. slot. Dealing with an ST&E bill. Get ready. No. I promise you I'm not going to use any acronyms, and I'm not going to subject you to an explanation of the mechanics of net metering. Rather, I'm going to describe for you a scenario that I hope will persuade you that you should vote ought to pass on this bill and remove the outdated restriction on group net metering that this bill addresses. So imagine that 5 years ago, say in your town decided to try solar energy, and you installed solar on one building in town, say your town hall. Like most solar arrays on buildings, that array probably provides only a fraction of the energy that that building actually uses all year round. It's probably only a quarter or even a third, maybe if you're lucky, of the total load of that building. But the solar worked well enough that, and it showed financial savings, and it persuaded a majority of the town that they should embrace solar fully and do more. But very likely, many of the other buildings that you have in town might not even be suitable for solar at all. And even the ones that are, probably similar situation. If you put solar on them, they would, the array would not come close to covering the total energy load of that building. So the solution to that problem is to build one large solar array somewhere in town, say on 10 acres behind your public works building, and distribute the bill credits that are produced by that single array to cover the load of all the buildings in town, thereby saving your taxpayers money on the entire town electric load. Under current law, the town hall, the one that already has solar on it, would have to be excluded from that group net metering arrangement because it already has a little bit of solar on it. So that would deprive the town of some savings that could be covered if that original building, or maybe you had two buildings that were done originally, already have solar. Now you build a big solar array to cover the whole load of the town, but because of this outdated restriction, you have to exclude those buildings that have existing solar from the group net metering arrangement. The reason that exclusion was put in place was because originally, 10 years ago or more, the utilities accounting and billing systems didn't have the capability to track the credits from a building that had solar, plus allow it to participate in group net metering. But that is no longer the case. So this exclusion is simply unnecessary, and it deprives a town of all the potential savings that it could achieve from a group net metering arrangement. So therefore, I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 161. Thank you.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 161. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 161. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Votes for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the state's largest utility paid $20,428,000 for net metering costs in 2022, and that expanding net metering will increase those costs, and if I also know that nothing stands in the way of anyone buying and installing as much solar power as they choose, finally, if I know the Department of Energy opposes this bill because there is an open docket at the PUC on net metering costs, would I now press the red button to wait for a new price tag on net metering before we swipe our card to buy some more? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Representative Christian for parliamentary inquiry.
If I know that there is no compelling technological or financial reason to prevent individuals with renewable generation in their home from purchasing supplemental energy as needed from whatever provider they choose, and if I know that this bill provides a simple fix for an inadvertent, unnecessary, and inappropriate limitation on local control and individual consumer choice, and finally, if I know that with natural gas prices as high as they are, we should be doing everything that we can to support our customers or constituents in saving money with renewable energy, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 161. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Eden. Representative Marshall. Representative Ellison. Representative Perez. Down here. Thank you. Up or down? Thank you. Representative Jones. Representative Smith, Jonathan Smith.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will...
Oh, sorry, Representative. Representative Spiro. Thank you. Mr. Clerk. Nord. We're talking. Representative Wallner, Representative Nordgren. Thank you. And Representative Ames. Okay.
Now have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend the state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 187 voting nay. The motion of ought to pass fails. Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move inexpedient to legislate.
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 161. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. 187 to 172. Majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 251, an act relative to the cost of compliance with the disclosure of electric renewable portfolio standards. Considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. So Doug Thomas for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate instead of Ned Reynolds for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 0548H, printed in House Record 14, page 36. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division has been requested. Only members in the chamber can vote. The motion before us is the committee vote on the committee amendment. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Hicks, Representative Coker.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 182 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we have the majority report of auto pass as amended on House Bill 251. The chair recognizes Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, not going to lecture you with a technical explanation of anything. Just going to remind you that on this bill, as we all know, the utility system is the farthest thing from a free market that could possibly be. It's incredibly complicated. And so this bill is about the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which you've heard a lot about, and the reason that you should vote against ought to pass for this bill is because it purports to inform consumers, but it would inform them in a very one-sided way. It would inform them of the total amount of the very small charge that all of us pay on our electric bill each month to support the Renewable Portfolio Standard that our state has and that every other New England state has, and that collectively result in a significant depression of demand on the electric system, which translates to significant cost savings in the wholesale electric market, which benefits all consumers. But that's a difficult calculation and a difficult explanation to disclose to consumers. So this bill would put a number on the electric bill at the end of the year and supposedly inform consumers of the cost that they are paying for the renewable portfolio standard without informing them at the same time of the benefits of the renewable portfolio standard. And that's why you should vote not to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing complicated about wanting someone to know what your charges are on your electric bill. And that was determined several years ago by the General Court when they said that the RPS would, at the end of the year, would have information on there that told you how much, on the average, a person spent on RPS. The only problem was they did it in terms of cents per kilowatt hours. This bill, all this bill does is it says take that average and apply a dollar amount for the previous year. So for instance, if this was in effect last year, we would know that in 2022 that the average person spent about $39 on their electric bill for the RPS program if they average 625 kilowatt hours. By putting that information on the bill, it gives more visibility, more transparency to your electric bill, so someone can say, oh, gee, I averaged about twice that much last year, so I probably spent about, let's say, $78. Just makes it easier for them to see a dollar amount versus 0.00064 cents per kilowatt hour. That's all this bill does. It does it at no cost to the taxpayer. All utilities agree to it. DOE agrees to it. And I think please press the green button to pass this bill so we can have transparency and make it easier for people to know what they're spending on their electric bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the majority report of order pass as amended on House Bill 251. Are you ready for the question? Although division has been requested, members take their seats. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order pass and amendment on House Bill 251. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Corman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a math guy, I kind of wish I could be doing this PI on March 14th. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the estimated cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard that would appear on each customer's bill is just that, an estimate based on the average electricity usage over all customers, and if I know that for any individual customer, this estimate could bear no relation to that customer's actual usage, which would make it misleading, and if I know that the bill sent to each customer would contain information about only the cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard and nothing about the benefits that the renewable portfolio standard confers upon all customers, And, this is the last one, if I know that including only one-sided information introduces bias into the electric utility bills that every customer in New Hampshire would receive, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button and vote no?
Chair recognizes Representative Voles for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the buyer of any product wants to know the cost of what they are buying, and if I know that this bill simply places on their December electric bill the average cost in dollars and cents to comply with the renewable portfolio standard, and finally, if I know that transparency for government-mandated programs should be of paramount importance to every New Hampshire citizen, would I press the green button to shine a light on our renewable energy expenditures? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, a majority committee report of order pass that amendment on House Bill 251. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Davis.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 169 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 281 relative to least cost integrated resource plan of utilities. This comes to us without recommendation. Senator Bernardi moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'll take this off. Colleagues, I come before you to oppose the OTP motion for House Bill 281. One of the challenges of presenting energy bills is that sometimes the topics are dry and complex, and it is up to us to break them down so that they can be understood. It is also up to us to keep you from falling asleep. I shall try to do my best on this doozy of a bill. Every 2 years, the utilities must file for PUC review and approval of something called Least Cost Integrated Resource Plan. The review must occur by way of an adjudicative proceeding, which means that the advocates and anyone who has interest in the proceeding can participate. This policy also acts as a review of resource development decisions before they occur, as a way to control exorbitant utility investment. All utility spending decisions, from wires down the street to deployment of advanced meters to the construction of a huge pipeline, must be looked at with regard to the big picture. So, the least cost integrated resource plan explains the big picture, and the utilities must prove that the plan is managed in a manner that saves customers money. They must do this while still advancing the official, quote, New Hampshire Energy Plan. Okay, so what's that? As set forth in RSA 378-37, it is to, quote, meet the energy needs of the citizens and businesses of the state at the lowest reasonable cost while providing for the reliability and diversity of energy sources, to maximize the cost of efficiency, to effective energy efficiency and other demand, and other demand side resources, and to protect the safety and health of the citizens and the future supplies of resources with consideration of the financial stability of the state's utilities. Now that's quite a mouthful, but it's a reasonable, moderate, and successful policy that protects all. This is not just homework that the utilities have to do. By statute, they are required to submit a detailed least cost plan that looks at the big picture and that proves that their proposal is both cost effective and a good idea. The utilities must also look at protections for our environment. And yes, sometimes this may theoretically mean that even whales need to be considered, because the utilities are required by law to look at the big picture in totality. They must also look at protections for the health of citizens, and they must provide assurance that the least cost plan is used to maximize energy efficiency, all again at the least cost. It sounds like a win-win to ratepayers for me. Why would anyone throw away these very important considerations and protections? Is the process a little outdated? Yes. The integrated planning statute was adopted in 1990. It could definitely stand to be updated, but not nuked. You might have read in the calendar that, quote, the principal reason for the statute no longer exists, thus these plans are no longer being submitted and reviewed. This statement is, quite frankly, false. Least cost plans are still being submitted to the PUC, and they are still being reviewed. Eversource recently had a hearing with the PUC on their least cost plan. They have to. It is required by current law. But this bill proposes to eliminate the entire process and replace it with nothing, nada, zilch, zippo, not a darn thing. We consumers and ratepayers would lose all protections. We wouldn't even be able to participate in the process. There would be no guarantees that the utilities would truly pursue a least cost option for their projects. And you know who any higher rates would be passed on to, right? Yep, say hello to the ratepayers. The very important purpose of these least cost integrative resource plans is as an oversight to make sure the utilities are doing their job safely and effectively without wasting our money. It is as simple as that. When I was young, my mother would use the expression throwing the baby out with the bathwater. As a child, I was horrified at the thought that anyone would ever do that. As I got older, I realized that the expression actually means don't discard the good by throwing all of something away. I am still horrified that anyone would ever do that, and I am horrified that that's what this bill intends to do. By getting rid of the least cost integrated resource plan, this proposed bill throws out a very important baby that is responsible for oversight and customer protections and guarantees with the utilities. Let us all save this precious baby and vote no to OTP in order that another more reasonable motion can be made. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a division vote.
We're down to our final speaker. A roll call has been requested, and it is sufficiently seconded. So members, take your seats. The chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 281 repeals RSA 378, 37 through 40. It concerns the policies, plans, and compliance for filing least cost integrated resource plans, which are filed by the utilities with the PUC at a minimum of every 2 years. Now, some may consider it a cure for insomnia, but that wasn't the purpose, or isn't the purpose, primary purpose of the bill, or of the law. The primary purpose is to have utilities justify placement of their new production facilities. Why do they need to do that? Because utilities made money and more money by siting decisions than virtually any other major production decision they made. But then something happened. Divestment. Utilities no longer own their production facilities. So the primary reason for 378, 37 through 40 is gone. Now, are there some dogs and cats issues in there that still could be attended to? Yes, there are. But then something else happened. The Department of Energy, RSA 12P:7 and 7A, created a division of policy and programs that creates a 10-year energy strategy that's updated every 3 years, and it deals with these dogs and cats issues. And the PUC deals with them when they entertain the rates the utilities have to set when they bring the cases in front of them. So that section deals with not only creates a division of policy and programs, but the policy plan deals with protection, reliability, and modernization of infrastructure, including connectivity of new production and even renewables. So the bottom line is this particular part of our law is outdated and not needed. I urge you to vote ought to pass.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 281. This is a roll call vote. Does the member yield to questions?
Yes. Yes.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing my question. As you know, I'm a former PUC commissioner, and with the exception of one person in the room, the prime sponsor of this bill, I believe I'm the only person who's ever reviewed a least cost integrated resource plan. And having said that, would you believe me when I say these plans are no longer serve any useful purpose whatsoever? I asked him if he would believe me when I said they serve no useful purpose whatsoever.
Yes, I believe you. They serve no useful purpose. We have other mechanisms to deal with these issues. OTP this bill.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 281. This is a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Yeah, you're all set. Yeah, you first. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 281. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Partial for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that reasonable ratepayer costs are reliant on the twin pillars of rate cases and least cost integrated resource planning, and without the latter, there will be even less resistance against unreasonable utility rate increases. And further, if I know that least cost integrated resource planning is one of the very few statutes that actually require the Public Utilities Commission to consider environmental impacts when making energy decisions. And finally, if I know from testimony before the committee that many energy professionals from across the industry believe that least cost integrated resource planning should be renewed, refined, but definitely not eliminated. Would I now press the red button to oppose OTP so that another motion may be brought forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Voles for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that requiring utilities to file plans about the hardware they plan to buy to generate electricity is no longer necessary because they no longer make electricity, and if I also know that the job of the Public Utilities Commission is to make sure that utility investments in poles, transformers, wires, and other hardware are always prudent, just, and reasonable, and finally, if I know that modernizing the grid involves vastly more than resource planning, would I now press the green button to mothball this unneeded public policy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 281. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The motion of ought to pass passes. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 298, relative to placement of personal wireless service facilities. It comes to us without recommendation. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to table House Bill 298.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 298. Are you ready for the question? All those... A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is to table House Bill 298. This is going to be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Eaton for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 298 had no communities from the state of New Hampshire testifying in support of it. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 298 flies afoul of federal regulations and current state regulations. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 298 as written would currently hamstring the finality of the last recommendation of the 9/11 Commission, which is FirstNet, which protects all of your first responders. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know we should not rope an industry that is trying desperately to bring ubiquitous service to underserved and unserved communities throughout the state. So, Mr. Speaker, if I know all of those things, would I currently support the tabling motion on House Bill 298 by pushing the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Partial for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is enabling legislation at its most basic level, it provides recommended language that municipalities may use in drafting zoning ordinances around 5G tower placement in order to protect historical and agriculturally significant sites. This language was required to fulfill the requirement of New Hampshire RSA Chapter 12, K8, in creating a model ordinance and guideline. Further, if I also know that municipalities may be well advised to include such language in their zoning laws, even though this bill does not mandate any such action, would I now press the red button so that this bill may be heard in its entirety? Thank you.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 298. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 309 voting yea, 41 voting nay. The tabling motion passes. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 372, establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on the New Hampshire citizens, businesses, institution, and environment. This comes without recommendation. Representative Kaplan moves ought to pass. Chair recognizes Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be short. I rise in opposition to House Bill 372, which calls for a commission to study carbon pricing. We already have over 150 active studies or commissions, and we pay legislators mileage for attending the meetings. The purpose of a study or commission is to recommend legislation. And in this case, it would be a carbon tax. We should be trying to reduce our constituents' financial burden and not add to it with a carbon tax. So please vote no.
Chair recognizes Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support HB 372, a bill that proposes a commission to study the effects of carbon pricing systems on our state. Let me just say from the outset that this bill is not intended to change the tax structure of New Hampshire, nor is it intended to send a message that we as a legislature support carbon taxes. Either of those two intentions would be foolish. I'm sure you would agree. But let's face the facts. The world is changing rapidly, whether we like it or not, and the likelihood of carbon pricing systems coming into force in our country has never been more clear, despite passage of the groundbreaking legislation last year by the Biden administration, the Build Back Better Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, intended to jumpstart a clean energy economy and move us away from our dependence on fossil fuels, whose combustion has already altered the global temperature and threatens to continue to destabilize the climate in historically unprecedented ways. Why do I say that? Despite the passage of the Biden administration's ambitious subsidies and tax credits, the case has never been better for a federal carbon price in our country. After all, the government is spending millions of dollars on the project of decarbonization, $400 billion in the next decade, to be more precise. That level of spending will reduce our carbon emissions by 40% by 2030, according to the experts. The problem is that that level of spending only goes so far in meeting our goal of 50% reductions by 2030 and net zero carbon by 2050. And it's the last 10% of greenhouse gas reductions that is the heaviest lift, so to speak, in industries like cement and steel and aviation. So that is why groups like the Conservative Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget are proposing a $40 per ton carbon price that would slash emissions an additional 10 percentage points beyond the Biden program, putting us in line with our commitments to reduce carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases to ensure the stability of the climate for the next generation of Americans. Altering the tax structure by including a carbon price does not necessarily mean greater revenues for the government or greater burdens for individuals or businesses. If paired with cuts in other taxes and means-tested rebates. If done in this way, a revenue-neutral way, a carbon price is simply a way of leveling the playing field among energy-generating sources to bring the costs of fossil fuel combustion, the hidden subsidy that we pay the fossil fuel industry for burning their product, onto the books, so to speak, instead of hiding it under the rug and imposing those costs on our public health and the welfare and livelihood of our children. The benefit of carbon pricing also, from a libertarian point of view, is that instead of the government picking and choosing winners by dangling money in front of individuals and households, the tax system is a level playing field that everybody plays on. And if your concern is out-of-control federal spending, then basing our carbon dioxide reduction policy on an economy-wide carbon price also has clear advantages over the next big Green New Deal package of spending that we would need to meet our goals. Other countries have already reached that conclusion. Undoubtedly, the biggest driver of our own move to carbon pricing will be the fact that major trading partners such as the European Union, Canada, and China have moved to economy-wide carbon pricing systems on their own and started to enact tariffs on goods coming into their country from countries such as ours that have no carbon pricing system in place. The pressure to match with those trading partners will continue to grow in coming years. And that is why leaders from companies such as ConocoPhillips, Exelon, ExxonMobil, Ford Motor Company, General Motors, Hannon Armstrong, IBM, and others are calling for a carbon price and rebate system that would be preferable for them instead of further subsidies and government spending on decarbonizing our economy. So by studying the likely impacts of carbon pricing and recommending measures to place our businesses and people ahead of the curve, we would be carrying out our duty as leaders instead of insisting that reality match our ideological vision, despite all the signs showing the exact opposite. That's leadership. It's what our constituents want, and it's what they deserve. So please vote yes, ought to pass, on HB 372 to ensure New Hampshire is on the cutting edge instead of the lagging edge of the changes that may be coming that will affect every corner of our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion
and I call for a division.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 372. A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. Senator Poole has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 372. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rose for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 60% of Americans oppose a carbon tax, and if I also know that at its core, a carbon tax is a transportation tax, and that every good purchased by an American citizen is transported from its maker to the buyer, thus driving inflation higher and higher. Finally, if I know that it's not productive to study a tax that's very unlikely to become reality in the foreseeable future, would I press the red button to prevent further waste of valuable resources on something of dubious quality? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Creation for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the international landscape for carbon pricing has changed substantially since the last time the legislature considered this issue, if I know that many countries, including our neighbor just to the north, currently participate in carbon markets and have instituted or are exploring border adjustments for carbon, if I know that these changes are going to impact New Hampshire ratepayers and businesses in the future, whether we pay attention to them or understand them or not, and finally, if I understand that this bill is to study the potential impacts of other bodies' decisions on New Hampshire interests, not to recommend or even study the possibility of state-level legislation, and finally, if I agree with the great Winston Churchill that failing to plan is planning to fail, would I now press the green button?
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 372. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 163 voting yea, 188 voting nay. The motion ought to pass fails. Representative Nodder moves inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 372. Two more left. Majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House HCR 5, an act urging the taking of appropriate legal action against multinational fossil fuel companies for harms incurred from disinformation campaigns about the effects of fossil fuel combustion. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Tom Mannion for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Christine Siebert for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Candace O'Neill and I represent Hampton, Rockingham 29. I'm here today to speak in strong support of HCR 5, urging the taking of legal action against major fossil fuel companies. More than 4 decades ago, the major fossil fuel producers knew what the rest of us now know with certainty and with widespread scientific consensus. We are facing an urgent climate crisis, the likes of which modern humans have never before encountered. Scientists employed by those very companies projected today's temperature rises with stunning accuracy. Instead of working with Congress to mitigate damage and identify solutions, they embarked on a massive cover-up, disinformation, and fraudulent marketing campaign. As a result, we lost 40 years of opportunity to course correct and must now adopt expensive and burdensome policy changes in order to avoid the worst potential outcome to this crisis. Even with those actions, we, our state, our towns, our businesses, ourselves, our kids, our grandkids, we will face decades of damages, losses, and costs directly attributable to the burning of fossil fuels. After learning of the looming danger, fossil fuel companies adopted 3 main approaches. First, deny the existence of climate change. Second, if it exists, point the blame elsewhere. And third, shift the burden of combating climate change to the individual rather than to the big corporations. To say that climate change doesn't exist, or to acknowledge that it exists, but deny the direct link between the burning of fossil fuels and global warming, is to say that somehow we in this room know more than the brightest minds at NASA, the IPCC, the U.S. Global Change Research Program, and locally, the University of New Hampshire. With regard to their final tactic, I'm a child of the 80s. We were taught that it was our generation's responsibility to fix the environmental crisis before us. I remember being in the 3rd grade joining an Earth Club and holding bake sales to buy an acre of land in the rainforest. To this day, I feel guilty if I'm brushing my teeth and I forget to turn the water off, or if I show up at the grocery store and forget my reusable bags.
The member will suspend. It is getting awful noisy in here. We're down to our last 2 bills. The member has a right to be heard.
I'm almost done, I promise. These individual efforts are wonderful, but what the fossil fuel companies knew is that these changes on the micro level would never be enough to combat the single biggest contributor to global warming, the burning of fossil fuels. It's eerily reminiscent to big tobacco glamorizing cigarette smoking in their marketing, or Purdue Pharma pointing the blame for opiate addiction at patient abuse of this medication. The cold reality and the facts before us clearly show these companies knew 4 decades ago that global warming would occur. They knew that it was directly linked to fossil fuel consumption, and they knew that the only way to mitigate the damage would be policy change on a national and global level. All of us in this room came here to represent the people of New Hampshire. We live in a state that will be directly and severely impacted by climate change. It is time for New Hampshire to join with other states before us to be an example to the rest of the nation and to step up and speak out. In honor of the generations that will follow ours who will face the worst consequences of global warming, and to hold these companies accountable in the only manner they will respond to, I urge you all to support HCR 5 and vote no on ITL. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Moffat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to read the committee's well-written majority report, the calendar, by our representative from Pelham. Now, this proposed resolution refers to, quote, catastrophic risk, denial and disinformation, cherry-picked testimony, fake experts, and conspiracy theories. Really? As Ronald Reagan might say, let's take a little walk down memory lane in terms of disinformation and conspiracy. A generation ago, we were warned of ice ages, global famine, rising sea levels, melting ice caps, overpopulation, and polar bear extinction, none of which came to pass. Countless
The House will be in order.
I'll try to be short. Countless so-called experts told us a generation ago that we were about to run out of oil. In the 80s, folks like UCal ecology professor Kenneth Ward and many others predicted that we'd run out of crude by the year 2000. In 1989, NASA climate scientist James Hansen predicted that by 2009, Manhattan would be underwater. In 2009, Al Gore predicted that the Arctic ice cap would completely melt by 2015. And finally, in 2019, climate expert and activist Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez declared without immediate and drastic climate action, quote, the world is going to end in 12 years, unquote. We could go on and on. The truth of the matter is that we did not run out of oil in 2000, and in fact, by 2020, America had become amazingly energy self-sufficient and a net energy exporter. That is a fact. That is not disinformation, but sadly, dubious Washington energy policies have changed that the last couple of years, damaging our economy and threatening our national security. I just returned from the West Coast where $6 a gallon gasoline is the norm, $5 to $6. That hurts the poor. That hurts the poor more than anyone. So most of all, and most of us, including the energy companies, favor a reasonable and tempered transition away from fossil fuels as opposed to a radical break. Indeed, these reviled energy companies are at the forefront. If you don't know this, you should. These energy companies have been at the forefront of energy research and developing alternatives and renewables. This is the energy companies that we're reviling that we want to shake down. So windmills and the like do have their place in the energy mix, but there are other green sources. Here in New Hampshire, Seabrook Station has provided an amazing amount of green energy since 1990 with zero carbon emissions. And yet, ironically, climate radicals have done everything they could to hinder or shut down Seabrook's operation, going back to the 70s. Also at this moment, there are hundreds and hundreds of commercial aircraft, I just got off one, crisscrossing our country. They need jet fuel. They can't fly on batteries. So there's a place for resolutions in this body. The H.R. 7 resolution supporting Social Security came out of our state federal committee with unanimous support, and it passed overwhelmingly at the last session here. But on the other hand, this particular resolution, HCR 5, looks to be it was not unanimous out of committee. It looks to be overly partisan and contentious. So the hope is that colleagues will support the committee's ITL recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on HCR 5. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members, take your seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate in HCR 5. This is going to be a roll call vote. The Chair recognizes Representative Seibert for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that fossil fuel companies produced and promoted disinformation with the intent to delay addressing climate pollution and its long-term effects, and if I know that money talks and other states are currently working to hold these companies accountable as well through legal action, then would I vote against the committee report of ITL? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Moffat for parliamentary inquiry.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. If I know that climatology is not a precise science, with data subject to a wide range of interpretation and projections, and if I know that vibrant energy companies are not only crucial to our nation's future well-being, but they are already investing heavily in renewables and energy alternatives. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that most all of us here today got here with the help of fossil fuels, would I then go green and press the green button to support the committee's ITL resolution recommendation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on HCR 5. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. While members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend the state of the vote. 189 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. This is the bills removed from the consent calendar. Chair recognizes Representative Davis. Hold on.
He has to read the report.
This is the last one. I'm getting confused. Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 294, an act enabling municipalities to adopt a child tax credit. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution, that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tim Cahill for the committee. Now the chair recognizes Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I'd like to lay HB 294 on the table.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 294 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 294 is laid on the table. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, March 16th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Members, please stay in your seats so we can finish our business of the day. The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the third reading motion is adopted. Announcements. Chair recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ED&A Committee is meeting tomorrow, Friday, at 1:45 to exec House Bills 457 and 559. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Weyler.
Fellow free and accepted Masons, you know who you are. Next Thursday, we'll be having a supper after this session and a meeting a meeting of the Masons. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of quick announcements for you, please. Per the request of the Sergeant at Arms staff, you are requested to please wear your security pin or a name tag when we are in session. We have had some folks wandering in places they're not supposed to be, not members, but other folks. So we are asking on behalf of the Sergeant at Arms team to please wear a name tag or your security pin. Thank you. A couple other things. A reminder, water only in the chamber. And that means no snacks, despite how tasty Cheez-Its are. Votes being excused. If you are going to leave, please check out with me by text, stopping in, or sign out in the Speaker's office, and your votes will be excused. If you leave at 2 o'clock and don't tell anybody, we're not excusing your votes. You've been warned. Lastly, the best time of year is coming up. The House Clerk will be hosting the Nonpartisan Rules Roundtable lunch next Tuesday at noon in the cafeteria on Tuesday the 14th. So if you are a nerd and like rules and parliamentary procedure, come and hang out and we'll have a good time.
We have a couple of unanimous consents. Chair recognizes Representative Almy. We're asking the members to stay in your seats. We still have business to complete.
Good evening, colleagues. I just wanted to remind you of a little bit of history, our Constitution. On Part 1, Article 12 reads, every member of the community has a right to be protected by it and in enjoyment of his life, liberty, and property. He is therefore bound to contribute his share in the expense of such protection and to yield his personal service when necessary. If you'll remember that they had militias in those days that were state-controlled. Because of that, we also have in Part 2, Article 5, full power and authority is hereby given and granted to the said general court. I'm omitting a whole bunch of stuff about education, for instance, to impose and levy proportional and reasonable assessments, rates, and taxes upon all the inhabitants of and residents within the said state, and upon all estates within the same, to be issued and disposed of by warrant in the necessary defense and support of the government of this state and the protection and preservation of the subjects thereof. So I would like to not hear anything more about taxation is theft. Thank you.
The House will be in order. Chair recognizes Representative Alissandra Murray. The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to take a quick moment to apologize to you, Mr. Speaker, the clerk, and the rest of my esteemed colleagues for attempting to cross the well earlier. I promise I will not make the freshman mistake again. And thank you to my friend from Salem for very quickly pointing me in the right direction. That's all.
The chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to everyone. I know we want to get home, so I will be quick. We all do know that we do live in chaotic times politically. We're serving in a historic session of the legislature. We have experienced just within the last few weeks, sometimes your team has a good day, sometimes your team has a bad day, and that's just the way it's going to go. But we do not see the same level of chaos that we've seen in other states in this legislature. And I just want to commend my friends from across the aisle on the other leadership team for their help and their work to make sure that while one side may be in the majority one day and the other, we are making sure that it's as smooth as possible. All credit to the Speaker as well for making it happen. We're showing New Hampshire and the rest of the country and the world how it's done, doing it the 603 way, and we should all be proud of that, so thank you.
Representative,
Motion to place the previous remarks in the permanent journal.
without objection. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of introduction of bills and roll bill amendments and roll bill reports and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, March 16th at 9 a.m.